basically try to see that. Same like the different that's almost like the CX and CY.
We should start.
I'm staring there. He was taking photos.
Everybody sit down.
Everyone, please settle down.
Good morning, folks. Just settle down in your seats. We'll be beginning in 30 seconds. A very good morning to everyone present here. Welcome to IIM Bangalore. Today is a momentous day for the EPGP class of 24-25 as we bring to you our annual flagship event, Business Conclave 2024. I am Kshitij Anand,
I am Priya.
and it's our
It's our
absolute honor to welcome you all
to
Business Conclave 2024. This is the premier event where ideas converge, innovation is celebrated, and the brightest minds come together to shape the future of business. Since its inception, Business Conclave has served as a distinguished platform for thought-provoking discussions on relevant new age topics. Past versions of the Business Conclave have featured CXOs, strategy heads, technology evangelists, and thought leaders, while dwelling on themes such as sustainability, human capital, growth drivers, and integrating Bharat with India.
Building on the past, Business Conclave 2024 has its eyes set on redefining the future, which is reflected in our theme for this year, Developing Future Leaders, Skills Beyond Technology. We live in an era where technological prowess alone no longer guarantees success, and change management is becoming a core topic in B School's curriculum. Hence, the demand for visionary leadership that combines technical expertise with emotional intelligence, critical thinking, and adaptability is more crucial than ever. We are delighted to host a gamut of innovative leaders today who've demonstrated such future-ready skills and taken their organizations to new heights. So sit back, relax, and be prepared to be enlightened by a series of invigorating speeches and panel discussions that will redefine your ways to lead in this complex and rapidly evolving world.
Apart from the insightful speeches and panel discussions, we have the much anticipated event, the unveiling of the EPGP placement brochure. As part of this year's Business Conclave, we have had two exciting competitions taking place this week. The first is Green Horizons, a sustainability case competition that challenges participants to showcase their business acumen as well as their skills in sustainability and operations. The final round of this competition will be happening concurrently with this event from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at N201. The second competition was an online supply chain simulation known as the Disaster Game. The competition tests participants' foundational knowledge in supply chain management and disaster response strategies. In total, there are prizes worth close to 50,000 up for grabs across both events.
Before we proceed with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, let me lay a few ground rules that will help us all to enjoy the event without any disruptions. Kindly put your mobile phones and other noise-making devices on silent mode. I'll wait for a few seconds. If you could just put all your devices on silent. Thank you. Kindly don't leave or enter the room when someone is speaking on the stage. Please wait for the speaker to finish and use the time during the applause to move around if absolutely required. Refrain from talking loudly or creating any other form of distraction when you're in the auditorium. And facilities for water and bio breaks are available right outside the auditorium to your left. Let's all come together and ensure that Business Conclave 2024 is a grand success. Now we'll start the event with the auspicious lighting of the lamp. May I request our director, Professor Rishikesha Krishnan, to light the lamp. And also request our EPGP chairperson, Professor Amar Sapra, and our guest of honor, our keynote speaker, Mr. Harishankar Krishnan, to also light the lamp.
Next up, we have the director of IIM Bangalore, Professor Rishikesha T. Krishnan, addressing us. He has been a professor in the strategy area for close to 30 years. He has closely studied the links between strategy and innovation and shared this knowledge with the world in the form of over 200 plus publications and 2 award-winning books. His seminal work in the area of innovation makes him a natural voice to speak in the area of future-ready skills. Please put your hands together for our director, Professor Rishikesha T. Krishnan.
Yeah, hi, good morning, and a warm welcome to the Business Conclave 2024. So I'm very happy that we have such a eager-looking audience here to listen to all the talks and other events that are going to happen during the course of the day. When I just look at the topic for this year's conclave, I think it's something that's very relevant, of course, in a general sense, but also particularly to EPGP. Because in a way, the EPGP graduates are doing exactly this. They are bringing all the other skills that are required beyond technology. Many of them have a background in the tech domain, but they come to IIM to round that off with a whole lot of other skills, particularly related to business and management. So in many ways, our program itself has a very similar theme to the theme of today's conclave. When I just look around and look at all the companies that are successful, whether they be digital companies or they be more traditional ones, it's quite obvious that the companies that have enduring success don't depend on technology alone. In fact, many companies like to think of themselves as tech-driven, though they might brand themselves as tech companies primarily to attract talent. Because the reason for this is very simple, that while most of us are quite excited by technology, ultimately at the end of the day, when it comes to buying something or consuming a product or service, it's not technology alone that we consume. We usually want to meet some need or some application that we require. And therefore, we need something that goes beyond technology. The technology may very well be at the back end of it. So clearly, if you're going to be an effective manager, you need to understand technology very well. But at the same time, you also need to be able to complement that with a whole lot of other skills and knowledge, which is what a typical MBA program offers. If I just think about a review we had done with a whole lot of external CEOs a few years ago, and this was of our MBA programs here at IMB, we asked them some simple questions. We asked them, what do you think are the current topics or the most relevant things that you think need to be part of an MBA program in today's environment? So they mentioned 3 obvious things, 2 of which are part of the technology space in a way. One was digital. The second was data. But the third was ESG. And clearly ESG, whether you talk about the environment, the social or the governance dimensions of it, go well beyond technology. And I think one thing is quite clear, that technology alone will not solve all our environmental challenges. But all the CEOs we spoke to went beyond this to say that a lot of the traditional skills that an MBA program offers are just as relevant. And here they were referring to very fundamental things like communication, leadership, problem-solving skills, and they underlined several times the importance of ethics and basically integrity in whatever people do. So I think one thing is quite clear that, and as what I started by saying, that while technology provides an excellent foundation, it provides us the opportunity to do many things we couldn't do before. It's very clear that unless we have a lot of the complementary abilities that come together, you will not really be able to make a successful business. Just to give you an example, a few days ago, I was speaking to the CEO of Ather, which you probably all know about. It's a leading electric vehicle company, started about 7 or 8 years ago. And while their most innovative offering was their first product, the Ather 450X, which essentially revolutionized the way EVs were, from just something that was a vehicle driven by a battery to something that's really powered by software and allows the opportunity of upgrades and a whole lot of other features. Clearly, the big challenge before Ather today is not in the technological domain alone. It's really in dealing with the whole competitive space, which is exploding as more and more players come into the EV market. And I think Ather itself recognizes, and that's what I was discussing with Tarun Mehta, that if you look at it closely, while technology will continue to play an important role in Ather's differentiation, there will be several other elements. It's probably going to be with the brand, it's going to be with the distribution, it's going to be with sales and marketing, it's going to be a whole lot of other things which are going to make a big difference to how well Ather finally succeeds in the market. So let me once again compliment and congratulate the EPGP team for putting together such a wonderful program. I'm delighted that we have our very eminent alum with us here this morning to speak to us about ONDC. ONDC is, of course, a potentially revolutionary platform. I'm saying potentially because while it's already demonstrated its potential, I think we have not yet seen the full impact of ONDC, and it should unfold in the years ahead. And clearly, that's another way in which technology is transforming how things are bought and sold. But there are many other elements which need to come in, perhaps for ONDC to be all that it is capable of. And I'm sure he will speak about it when he addresses all of you. So once again, welcome to this event, and I wish you a good day full of interesting discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rishikesha, for that insightful address. Next, I would like to welcome Professor Amar Sapra to address us. With a PhD in supply chain management, his research articles have been published in top-tier journals, and he has co-authored a book on principles of inventory management. Having a teaching experience of over 20 years and innumerable awards to his name, Professor Sapra also serves as our EPGP chairperson. With a thunderous round of applause, please welcome our EPGP chairperson, Professor Amar Sapra.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the EPGP program, I would like to welcome all the speakers and participants to the 15th edition of the Business Conclave. This is the flagship business event of the program, and its objective is to learn from and interact with some of the finest business minds of the country. The program team has put together an eminent list of speakers and panel discussions, and I hope that all the participants will find the program insightful and useful. Welcome. I would also like to take this opportunity to share a few thoughts about making India a manufacturing powerhouse, which is a key government priority. To explain my point, let me go to the current geopolitical situation, which is about China and the rich democratic world, which primarily includes Western Europe, the US, and Japan. I'm going to call it as Western world, even though Japan is part of it. As we all know, the relationship between China and the Western world has soured in the recent past. In fact, this relationship can be divided into two epochs, pre-COVID and post-COVID. Pre-COVID, the Western world largely looked at China with admiration. There were nice words spoken about China, how the country has transformed itself over a period of 20 to 30 years from a poor country to a nearly developed country. But all of that has changed post-COVID. Now the relationship between the governments of China and the government of China and the governments in Western world have come to a low point. There's a lot of mistrust. There's a lot of misgiving. From the business side, it is very hard to do business in a country in another country when the governments do not come along, which Chinese firms in India are discovering, which American firms in China are discovering, and Chinese firms such as TikTok are discovering in the US. Now, because the governments do not come along, there has been some attempt to disentangle the economies. Chinese economy, as is well known, depends on exports, and these firms, the Chinese firms, have tried to find alternative markets in Latin America, Africa, and rest of the Asia. But what they have discovered is that the pockets are shallow. There just isn't enough money to make. So the companies remain dependent on the Western world. The disentanglement is hard. On the other hand, more than 300 out of 500 Fortune 500 companies are headquartered in the Western world, and a large number of them have sourced or are sourcing components and products from China. They're heavily dependent, and they would like to diversify away from China, but what they are finding is that the cost, quality, and reliability of Chinese manufacturing is unparalleled. It's just hard to find alternative destinations. So they are stuck with each other. They would like to get along. But here is the problem. As I said, if the governments do not get along, it's very hard to do business in the other country. And unless the Chinese political system implodes, which does not seem likely, the separation is bound to increase. And this is where the opportunity for India lies. There is a serious chance, and by the way, our government recognizes there has been a lot of public discourse about it, to attract manufacturing to India from China and perhaps become the de facto factory of the world. And government has taken steps. PLI schemes have been announced in multiple industries. There has been heavy investment in infrastructure targeted towards making our exports more competitive in the world. There has been attempt to improve our business friendliness. But there's another aspect which I think has not been spoken about enough in the public discourse, and that's my point. The prowess in science and engineering. And I will illustrate this point again using China. 20 years back, Chinese companies were known for copying products of Western companies. There were allegations of IP theft and reverse engineering of products, which is, by the way, a funny thing. I'm going to talk about it in a minute. But over 20 years, China has come a long way. And I will illustrate this with two examples: artificial intelligence and electric vehicles. In terms of AI, Chinese research and applications are not very far behind where US is today. In terms of electric vehicles, they are the talk of the town. The features are unparalleled. Barring Tesla, no Western company is coming close to the products designed and manufactured in China. And by the way, all of this is being sold at a price which is a fraction of what Tesla would sell for. How is this possible? It's only possible because Chinese have become very good in science and engineering. And if we have to become the factory of the world and not just a cheap destination for outsourcing, we have to become as good as well. And this requires action on both the government side as well as private sector side. It should be the goal of the government to produce a large skilled workforce that has the capability to design and manufacture products that are world class. From the private sector side, it's required that the aspiration should not be just to manufacture products, design products that are good enough for India and emerging markets. They should be world class. They should be attractive enough for consumers and companies in the Western world. I'm talking about Germany, I'm talking about Japan. I'm mentioning all this here in a business conclave because it's eventually the managers who decide the allocation of resources to key priorities. That has to be the priority of Indian corporate sector in the long run. Thank you. Welcome once again.
Please get seated quickly. Thank you, Professor Sapra. We will now move ahead with the most anticipated event for the EPGP cohort, the unveiling of the EPGP placement brochure. This year's placement brochure showcases the profiles of 82 exceptionally talented candidates who are ready to enter leadership roles in global corporations and eager to demonstrate their transformative caliber. We would like to thank the director, EPGP chairperson, and the CDS chairperson for their constant support and guidance. Also, a huge shout out to the 7-member PlaceCom team and the 4-member branding committee to put this placement brochure together. I would now like to invite Lekha to present the placement brochure to Professor Rishikesha, Professor Sapra, and our chairperson, Mr. Harishankar, to unveil the placement brochure for EPGP class of 25. I would now like to call the CDS rep, Mr. Haresh, for unveiling the digital placement brochure, which is the Skynet.
Very good morning. This is the first time we are unveiling the digital brochure in collaboration with Skynet. So you can see we have contents like the student profiles. As you know, EPGP is #1 in QS and Bloomberg ranking. And under student profiles, we have a lot of search criteria where the recruiters can filter based on sectors, functions. We also have student profiles where individually you can go through students' experience, their work ex, and other details. And this is the first time we are unveiling this digital brochure through the efforts of the PlaceCom, the BrandCom, and again, the support of EPGP chairperson and the CDS chairperson. I hope this brings a lot of value addition, and I wish all success for EPGP cohort. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the placement committee and thank you to CDS Rep Harish sir. To start the day, we are delighted to present our first keynote session. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Mr. Harishankar Krishnan, Chief Transmission Officer and a member of the leadership team at Open Network for Digital Commerce, ONDC. His work involves working on a large-scale value chain transformation opportunities on the open network with a special focus on digitizing the undigitized sectors. Harishankar has been a CPG industry professional with long experience in digital transformation, enterprise IT, as well as business operations. He started his career with Hindustan Unilever and did a number of roles in IT as well as supply chain, finance, business strategy. He was the CIO for HUL, leading all of IT for the HUL business. He was a member of Global IT Leadership for Unilever and also led the establishment of Unilever's Global Capability Center in Bangalore. In his last role, he was leading Global Digital Core Transformation for Kimberly-Clark. I'm happy to say that Harishankar is a BTech computer science graduate from IIT Bombay and an MBA from IMB Bangalore. So that makes him our senior and our alumnus. With a loud round of applause, please join me in welcoming Mr. Harishankar Krishnan to the stage to talk about the role of open networks in shaping future commerce.
Yes.
45 minutes. Around 40 minutes. Sure.
Yeah, it's already loaded, no? Yeah.
Session. Yeah.
YouTube and send.
So we are doing live streaming. We just share it on.
Sure.
Call them expert for this. Okay, good morning. Good morning, Professor Krishnan, Professor Sapra, and friends. It's an absolute pleasure and privilege and honor to be here. It's always great to be at your alma mater on such an august occasion. So thank you very much for inviting me. Absolute privilege to be here today. What I wanted to talk about is a little bit about what's happening on open networks, right? It's not so much about an ONDC deep dive. You see a lot of that in the business press and a lot of materials available in the public domain. I thought I'll use this opportunity to talk a little bit about what does open networks in general, right, and ONDC in particular offer for business and technology leaders like yourselves, right? As you kind of get into industry leading positions, there is a lot which can happen, which you can leverage with digital public infrastructure, and particularly in digital commerce. And the idea was to spend about half an hour talking about that, and then very happy to interact during the session and then later as well. Right? First, a little bit of introduction about digital commerce, which frankly to all of us, and especially for a cohort like this, needs no introduction, right? But probably it helps set a context, right? We have seen the galloping pace of digital commerce. It has impacted every part of professional and personal lives, right? Both in the country and across, and that goes without saying. But when we look at the shape of digital commerce and the penetration of it across, it's quite interesting, right? One is, access to internet has exploded largely on the back of mobile devices, right? So if you see the percentage of the population who have access to internet, it's a very, very large number. And within that, content obviously is the single biggest use, right? Whether it is video, whether it is social media, that's the single biggest use. But the funnel then quickly converges. Now, payments, courtesy UPI, has been such a big win. But then beyond payments, once you get into commerce, it is still a relatively smaller percentage. Right now, obviously, for us as urban middle-class consumers here, it's a different view of the world. But when we look at the population at large, it's still a relatively small percentage, right? And even there, if you see, maybe about 20% of the people do some degree of e-commerce. And within that, the percentage who are regular e-commerce users, it's a very small percentage, right? And the other way to look at it is to compare this across economies.
right? And Professor Sapra gave the description about what's happening in the West and what's happening in China. If you take that similar comparison, right? Now, obviously, the penetration of digital commerce is been significantly higher and continues to grow fast in these economies. Now, we are on a trajectory as India where obviously we'll grow, right? I mean, year on year, we are seeing, double-digit 40-50% growth. So we'll continue to grow. But still, the headroom for digital commerce is still quite significant, right? And therefore, there is a need for structural interventions if we want to drive e-commerce to its full potential. And more importantly, make sure the value from e-commerce accrues to everybody, the entire population of the country. The other way to look at it is to look at the penetration across categories. Right now, obviously, there are some categories which are fully penetrated, right? Now, nobody goes to and buy an airline ticket and stand in a queue on a counter and pay cash and buy tickets, right? That's gone. So 99% of things like airline booking would be some form of online, right? But if you take other categories, and if you take, for example, consumer products, the world which I come from for long, if you take grocery, if you take kirana stores, right, all of that, the penetration is still very small, right? Now, for us in Bangalore or in urban India, we may still say, yeah, it's very high. But overall, if you take grocery, it is still only about 7-8% penetration across, right? And especially if you look at staples, etc., it's much smaller. And if you take the B2B world, it's an even smaller number. So therefore, there is a significant headroom for e-commerce growth across categories. Now, there are a number of barriers to this. While there is a huge tailwind, consumer sentiment, the growth of technology, making internet affordable, all of that has given us a huge tailwind. There are some inherent challenges. And one of that is about how in a platform-centric world, and you will hear a little about this whole thing about platforms, right? Platforms are what we are used to, right? We are used to Amazon, Flipkart, Swiggy, Zomato, Ola, Uber. These are massive platforms which have really driven e-commerce world over and in the country, right? But there are certain inherent limitations to how a platform can grow, right? Because fundamentally, a platform is kind of pulls in power and value from both consumers as well as sellers, right? And therefore, in some ways, it becomes a little bit of a limitation in itself. And we'll talk a little bit about that, right? And therefore, the thinking has always been, how can we go beyond what a platform can offer? Obviously, platforms are here to stay and they continue to provide huge service to all of us. But there is a world where we can grow beyond platforms. So that's one. The second, which is also maybe even more important, is platforms tend to become monopolistic or duopolistic, right? And that then creates its own challenges for sellers and eventually consumers. And this is something which governments world over are seized of. Right? We have seen some very important legislation coming in the West, in Europe, in the US, right? All about you need the platforms, you need digital commerce, but at the same time, how do you control the growth of it, right? And in some ways, in the West, it's like you're trying to close the stable doors after the horse has bolted, right? It's not possible to control because the whole economy is dependent on platforms, right? Now, China took an interesting route. Obviously, China being China could do that, right? They also saw their own platforms had grown much bigger, but then overnight they just took control of everything, right? Now, that can happen only in China, right? So we are now in a strange situation, right? The West is trying to control the growth of e-commerce platforms, but at the same time trying to manage it carefully. China has taken a different route. Now, I think for us as a country, we are at a unique juncture where e-commerce is not that big, and therefore there is an opportunity for us to chart multiple tracks. And I'm deliberately using the word multiple tracks, right? Because it's not about saying there is one way platforms will continue. But at the same time, there is an opportunity for us to look at open networks, right? And open networks as a philosophy, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And I think this becomes very, very relevant as all of you take on positions of influence in industry and business, right? Because this becomes a decision point for you, not just in digital commerce, but in many ways, because this whole philosophy of openness is going to be something which will be staring many of you as you get into critical decisions in your professional career. So two of the principles we talk about is about unbundling and interoperability. And I'll talk a little bit about this, right? Because it's not just jargon, right? Now, there is, if you see the platform world today, it is something where a platform tries to do everything, And they obviously do a very good job of it, right? Which is why all of us are consumers of platforms, right? But it is a world which is completely bundled, where every aspect of what's happening on the seller side and what's happening on the buyer side is all bundled together. And each platform, in a way, creates a monopoly. So they don't operate with each other. They not just do they compete with each other, but they try to create a silo with it, right? Now, the open network philosophy is one about how can you unbundle and how can you make things interoperable, right? Which means today, if you take a schematic of how e-commerce works today, there are multiple platforms, right? Some competing, some complementary, but they all are a kind of silo in itself, and they are they have captive consumers and captive sellers, right? How can we move from that to an open network? And we'll take some examples. So one of the kind of, when you look deeply, one of the examples is how the internet has grown or how email has grown. These are two examples, right? Let's take internet as an example before we come to email, right? Now, internet, when it started, right, with the defense networks in the US and so on, right? Someone could have created internet by saying, let's have one massive server in the world, right? And let everyone register there, right? Give everyone a unique ID and say that every computer in the world, every device in the world is registered on that massive server, right? And that could well have been an architecture of internet, right? But when you look back for a variety of reasons, right? Science, philosophy, serendipity, all of that taken together, internet evolved in a different way, right? And when you look back, it looks very clumsy, right? There are multiple things. There's no one person who is the master of the universe. Everything can talk to each other, but still they don't compete. They don't conflict. But somehow, life goes on, right? But that's how internet has evolved. And when we look back, it's a huge win that internet evolved in that manner, right? And if it hadn't gone that way, if it had gone through a centralized thing, frankly, it would have been much more limiting in what it could have done. The other example is email. Now, email also could have grown in a manner where someone says, let me create the email server for the world and everyone register with me. I'll give everyone an address and that's how you talk. But that's not how email has grown, right? Email has gone where just a protocol, an SMTP protocol has been established. And after that, everyone can create their own email and somehow, messages find their way from the source to the destination, right? So again, internet and email are two examples where open networks, either by accident or by design, have kind of found their way, and they are today all pervasive, and it is their openness which has really led to their growth across. Closer home, the success of UPI, right? When you look at it, right? No one could imagine even 5-6 years back that UPI will be such ubiquitous across the kind of landscape of the country. And when we look back, the open design of UPI has been one of the fundamental reasons why it has grown this way, right? You have banks on the one side and you have payment applications on the other, right? All operating on a pretty minimalist payment interface, right? And that has really led to such an explosion on the whole and transformation of the whole payment scenario. It would never have happened if it was a closed group, if it was a card ecosystem or a bank ecosystem saying, I will control everything. It could never have grown in this manner, right? So again, email, internet, UPI, all these are inspirations on what can happen with the power of open networks. And frankly, that is how ONDC also got conceived, right? A little bit about the genesis of ONDC, and this happened, during COVID time, right? So during COVID, on the one hand, all of us as consumers became completely dependent on home delivery of grocery and everything, which was in some ways a life savior. But at the same time, the government got seized about two issues. One is, of course, what does it do to your neighboring Kirana store and trade in general? And the second is, what does it do for, what does it do in terms of creating a monopoly on e-commerce? So the first thought was, can the government create an e-commerce system, right? Now, that's a noble intent, but we all know that it's not possible for the government to become an e-commerce player and really participate in the marketplace. Good sense prevailed to say, let's not try to create a government e-commerce platform, but instead let us sponsor an open network, right? And there were a lot of experimental and early stage work happening on the open protocol, right? With Beacon protocol, and it's a very interesting thing. You should Google and read about Beacon, right? It's a very good case study of how open protocols have emerged. And these, frankly, all these came together with the creation of ONDC, which is Open Network for Digital Commerce. We are a Section 8 not-for-profit company, sponsored by the government, but not really a government company. We have got holding from multiple banks and financial institutions, private and public, but all with the intent of driving e-commerce. That's the construct where we are, right? Now, so that's about the kind of organizational construct of ONDC. But when you look at the architecture of ONDC, right, the way it is you have buyer applications and seller applications. Those are the two things. And aim is not to get into a lot of technical detail in this session, right? There's a lot of, apparently everything about ONDC is in the open domain. So you can, read it up. It's quite interesting and fascinating to look at the architecture. So on the one hand, you have got buyer applications, which is what us as consumers see. Then there are seller applications through which sellers come in. And this is the equivalent of, if you see the UPI world, right? The banks are the equivalent of these providers or the sellers. And what you see with PhonePe and Google Pay, etc., are the consumer apps. So it's the same analogy which has been taken to ONDC. And you see buyer apps and seller apps. But more than that, it is about creating a whole host of complementary services which need to be managed, right? So while UPI is a great example, we also recognize that UPI in some ways is a simpler world, right? There is a single commodity, which is money, right? As opposed to 1 billion SKUs in commerce. It's also a regulated industry, right? With RBI and with the banks, etc. So, there is a bit of cracking the whip to make sure everyone aligns to one single UPI. That can't happen in the world of commerce, right? So it is obviously much more complex. And there is a great degree of trust to be built in with consumers who will resolve disputes. All of that in the platform world is very simple, right? A platform can take a view and solve any consumer problem. But in an open world, you need to find a way by which, through a combination of good practice and legislation and issues, resolution frameworks, etc., you're able to get the same consumer experience without having that all-powerful central entity which a platform would be, right? So there's a whole host of ONDC network services which comes in, which kind of provides that, right? If you look at our own growth, we started transacting January last year, so we are about 18-20 months into the journey. It's been in a very significant exponential scale up, right? So last month we clocked about 12 lakh transactions, 12 million transactions in last month. But still, we are very, very small compared to the totality of the platform e-commerce world, right? Maybe 4 or 5% in percentage terms. So there is a significant ambition to really kind of ramp this up. What I'll do is I'll just share a 2-minute video clip on ONDC, and then we'll come to some of the concepts, more coming to what is it relevant for business leaders like yourself. So let me just play a short video clip on ONDC, and then we'll come to that. Sorry. Yes. Play this clip. Let's play this clip.
भारत भारत खुलेगा।
अबे राजू, ये मूंग दाल हल्दी मिर्ची पैक हुआ क्या? आगे हो गया। अब तो पूरे शहर में डिलीवरी कर रहे हो।
ओएनडीसी के साथ छोटे से मोहल्ले में शहर का सबसे बड़ा सुपर स्टोर खुलेगा।
ये रहा, रोको।
सड़क किनारे बनते दियों के लिए बड़े बड़े बंगलों का दरवाजा खुलेगा।
ये भी बहुत अच्छा।
खुलेगा।
ये मैं और ये मेरे पापा। मेरे पापा ना बचपन में मेरे लिए कल्लू की बताशे लाते थे।
तो फिर आप मेरे लिए भी लेके आओ।
अभी मंगवाता हूँ।
मिठाई की दुकानों के साथ साथ बचपन की यादों का झरोका खुलेगा। अलीगढ़ का ताला पंजिम, पटियाला, चेन्नई के हाथों से खुलेगा।
कुल्फी खाने का मन कर रहा है।
इस टाइम चलिए साथ में करते हैं।
चाहे मंगवानी हो काम की चीज या कुछ भी चटर पटर, काका काकी के लिए किसी भी टाइम हर दुकान, हर शटर आसानी से खुलेगा। इस ओपन नेटवर्क के साथ मिस सपना के सपने खुलेंगे, मिसेस श्रीनिवासन की सोच खुलेगी, मिस्टर एंड मिसेस कपूर का आने वाला कल खुलेगा, मांझी शाह के अचार की तारीफ में पूरे देश का मुंह खुलेगा। मिश्रा जी की टैक्सी का दरवाजा सनी, बनी, हनी, टोनी के साथ साथ टूरिस्ट्स, हनीमूनर्स, सीईओज सब के लिए खुलेगा। खुशियां खुलेंगी, तरक्की खुलेगी, आशाएं खुलेंगी, ख्वाहिशें खुलेंगी, आसानी खुलेगी। जब ONDC नेटवर्क पर हर तरह के बिजनेस के लिए भारत खुलेगा, तो करोड़ों कस्टमर्स और दुकानदारों के लिए बेचने और खरीदने का नया तरीका खुलेगा। ONDC नेटवर्क पर अब हर बिजनेस के लिए भारत खुलेगा। भारत खुलेगा।
अबे राजू, ये मूंग दाल, हल्दी, मिर्ची पैक हुआ क्या? आगे हो गया। अब तो पूरे शहर में डिलीवरी कर रहे हो।
ONDC के साथ छोटे से मोहल्ले में शहर का सबसे बड़ा सुपर स्टोर खुलेगा।
ये रहा, रोको।
सड़क किनारे बनते दियों के लिए बड़े
That is a little bit of
दरवाजा खुलेगा।
an overview of ONDC, but maybe more relevant for for this cohort, right? Is to look at it a little bit more deeper from a business sense and from a transformational sense.
और ये मेरे पापा।
One is ONDC is an integral part of the country's digital public infrastructure. There is a lot which has been written and published about DPI. I'm sure you have read that code as part of your curriculum,
बचपन की यादों का झरोका खुलेगा।
right? And especially as part of the G20 work of last year, there was a lot of that really was kind of brought into the public domain. So I think it's very interesting to see how we have done on DPI. Now, obviously starting with Aadhaar as an identity, but then going well beyond Aadhaar. Now, within that, ONDC we see as one of the critical layers which cuts across a number of verticals, which is really the commerce element of our
चाहे
DPI.
मंगवानी हो
And
काम की
DPI
चीज
itself is
या
something
कुछ
which
भी
will be very
चटर
interesting
पटर,
to
काका
see,
काकी
because
के
there is no
लिए किसी
business
भी
today
टाइम
which
हर
will not
दुकान, हर
look
शटर
to benefit
आसानी
or
से
be
खुलेगा।
impacted through the right and creative use
इस
of
open
DPI.
network के
So I think that
साथ मिस
would be an
सपना के
important
सपने
thing
खुलेंगे।
to look at as you kind of get into
मिसेस श्रीनिवासन की सोच
business
खुलेगी।
and leadership roles. What I want to talk about is really three
Mr. and
things
Mrs.
which we
Kapoor
think
का
are the
आने वाला कल
implications
खुलेगा।
of open network, right, for business leaders like yourself. Right?
मांझी
One
शाह
is
के
about
अचार की तारीफ
democratization, right?
पूरे
And we
देश
spoke a
का
little bit about it, the
खुलेगा।
challenge of monopolies, etc., and what does it mean to work both.
मिश्रा जी की
The
टैक्सी का
second is
दरवाजा
about
सनी, बनी, हनी,
digitizing the
टोनी के
undigitized
साथ
and
साथ
the huge
टूरिस्ट,
opportunities
हनीमूनर्स,
which exist there,
सीईओज
and how can open
सब
networks
के लिए
unlock that.
खुलेगा।
And the third is
खुशियां
about
खुलेंगी,
innovation.
तरक्की
And
खुलेगी,
how can open
आशाएं
networks
खुलेंगी,
really facilitate
ख्वाहिशें
innovation?
खुलेंगी,
So just want to spend a couple of
आसानी
minutes talking
जब
about these
ONDC
because we
नेटवर्क पर
frankly
हर
believe
तरह
these
के
are the
बिजनेस
three
के
big
लिए
value
भारत
drivers
खुलेगा,
for
तो करोड़ों
what open
कस्टमर्स
network can
और
do on
दुकानदारों
business.
के लिए
So
बेचने
let's
और
look at
खरीदने का
democratizing
नया तरीका खुलेगा।
and we spoke about
ONDC
it,
नेटवर्क
right?
पर अब हर
About,
बिजनेस के लिए भारत
what can happen in a closed platform world. You see a big value migration coming from both producers initially and eventually consumers going to platforms. That's the inherent nature of platforms, right? The whole network effect and the economies of scale that platforms can bring in makes this an economic, almost like a tautology. It has to happen that way.
ONDC के
Now,
साथ छोटे
on
से
the other
मोहल्ले में
hand,
शहर का सबसे बड़ा
an
सुपर स्टोर
open
खुलेगा।
network, right, where as a consumer I can choose any fire app I want and get access to the
सड़क
same
किनारे
set of
बनते
products.
दियों के
As
लिए
a seller, I
बड़े
can
बड़े
sell through
बंगलों का
multiple
दरवाजा
seller apps
खुलेगा।
and access the same set of consumers. It makes it that much open across, right? And there are a number of implications of this, right? So let me just take two examples.
ये मैं
One is when
और ये मेरे पापा।
if
मेरे
a
पापा
large
ना
or a
बचपन में
medium or
मेरे लिए
small
कल की बताशे
manufacturer
लाते थे।
deals with a
तो फिर आप
platform,
मेरे लिए भी
right?
लेके आओ।
How do you deal with it? Right?
मिठाई
Even
की
for a large
दुकानों के
company, right? I've
साथ-साथ
spent long years with
बचपन की यादों का
and
झरोका
Unilever.
खुलेगा।
So when a large CPG company deals with an e-commerce platform, what do you do? Right? First, of course, is there is a negotiation part. right? So you try to do a good negotiation with an e-commerce player. That's
अलीगढ़
very
का
important.
ताला
But once you do that,
चेन्नई के हाथों से खुलेगा.
after that, a large part of your sales
कुल्फी खाने
and
का मन
customer
कर रहा है।
marketing operations is really done by the platform. Right? So you have negotiated your fees.
चाहे मंगवानी हो
but
काम की
frankly,
चीज
after
या
that,
कुछ
it
भी
is
चटर
the
पटर
platform
काका
demand.
काकी के लिए किसी भी टाइम
Now, this
हर
is very
दुकान,
different
हर
from
शटर
how it
आसानी
was
से
in the
खुलेगा.
offline world. Right? Again,
इस ओपन नेटवर्क के साथ मिस सपना के सपने खुलेंगे.
The way we would do marketing, but at that time, even before
Mrs.
supermarkets,
Srinivasan
which
की
is really,
सोच खुलेगी.
Kirana stores, which kind of was and continues to be the mainstay, right? A lot of that is about
मिस्टर
the
एंड मिसेस
innovation and
कपूर
the
का आने
initiative
वाला
of the
कल
company.
खुलेगा.
Sales and marketing leaders would actually be driving the bulk of it.
मांझी शाह के
Now,
अचार
in a
की तारीफ
platform
में
world, there is of course product
पूरे
innovation which
देश
is very
का
much with the
मुंह
manufacturer.
खुलेगा.
There is the brand and the thematic advertising.
मिश्रा
which
जी
is
की
with the
टैक्सी का
manufacturer.
दरवाजा.
But
सनी,
a lot
बनी,
of what is
हनी,
happening
टोनी
in
के
customer
साथ साथ
marketing
टूरिस्ट,
and placement,
honeymooners,
you know,
CEOs,
the whole four P's of
सबके
marketing.
लिए
All
खुलेगा.
of that is really given
खुशियां
to the
खुलेगी,
platform.
तरक्की खुलेगी,
Now, which is
आशाएं
now,
खुलेगी,
is it a good thing or a bad thing?
ख्वाहिशें
That's a
खुलेगी,
philosophy. I'm
आसानी
not going to get
खुलेगी.
into that.
जब
But
ONDC
what it
नेटवर्क
means
पर
is,
हर तरह के
it
बिजनेस
is,
के लिए
as a
भारत
company,
खुलेगा,
you
तो
have less
करोड़ों
levers
कस्टमर्स
of
और
freedom.
दुकानदारों के लिए बेचने
Now,
और
in an
खरीदने
open
का
network,
नया तरीका
that
खुलेगा.
tries to reverse
ONDC नेटवर्क
and
पर
change
अब हर
the,
बिजनेस के लिए भारत
the relative power and the responsibilities of a manufacturer vis-a-vis a platform. We believe in an open network, a manufacturer or a brand.
भारत खुलेगा.
हाँ भी राजू, ये मूंग दाल हल्दी मिर्ची पैक हुआ क्या? आगे हो गया. अब तो पूरे शहर में डिलीवरी कर रहे हो.
ONDC के
A
साथ
manufacturer
छोटे से
or a
मोहल्ले
brand
में शहर का
has
सबसे
to
बड़ा
take
सुपर स्टोर
ownership
खुलेगा.
of their own market, right? Because you are then controlling it yourself like it was in the pre-digital world.
सड़क
But at the
किनारे
same time,
बनती
bring
दियों
in,
के
take on all the
बड़े-बड़े
advantages of the
बंगलों
digital
का
world.
दरवाजा खुलेगा.
Right? So in some ways, it's a win-win between getting the kind of post-digital world of an open network, at the same time getting back to having control and taking greater intellectual ownership as
और
a
ये मेरे
manufacturer.
पापा.
So that's
मेरे पापा
one
ना
side, of it, right?
बचपन में मेरे
The
लिए कल
second
की
is
बतासी लाते थे.
from a competition perspective, right?
अभी
Because you see the
मिठाई की
regulation which is
दुकानों
coming
के
in,
साथ-साथ
particularly in the West, right?
बचपन
All of that
की
is
यादों
about
का
containing
झरोखा खुलेगा.
the power of e-commerce platforms, right? And as business leaders, you will be, working close to that, the whole regulation around it, and how do you manage
पश्चिम पटियाला
and work with
चेन्नई के
competition.
हाथों से खुलेगा.
Again, open network completely changes that paradigm.
कुल्फी खाने
Right?
का मन कर
Because
रहा
in an open network, you really you're not giving control back to a central platform, but you're leaving
चाहे
it to
मंगवानी हो काम की
consumers
चीज
and
या
sellers.
कुछ भी
Right?
चटर
And
पटर
it's almost
काका
like
के लिए
moving
किसी भी
value
टाइम
back to
हर
consumers and
दुकान,
sellers.
हर
That's the
शटर
philosophy of
आसानी से
it.
खुलेगा.
And that brings in a completely new operating paradigm
इस
for
ओपन
business
नेटवर्क के
leaders.
साथ
Right?
मिस
In how we
सपना
deal
के
with
सपने खुलेंगे.
competition and how we deal with value back.
मिसेस
The
श्रीनिवासन
second
की
part
सोच
is
खुलेगी.
about digitizing the undigitized. Now, I'll take a little bit to kind of.
Mr. and Mrs.
We have been
Kapoor का
kind
आने
of thinking
वाला
a lot
कल
about
खुलेगा.
what does it mean for small manufacturers. So you almost
मांझी
take
शाह
a
के अचार की
a
तारीफ
2x2
में
construct, right? On one
पूरे
dimension
देश
you
का
have
मुंह
small players
खुलेगा.
versus large players. And on the other dimension,
मिश्रा जी
you
की
have the
टैक्सी
level
का
of
दरवाजा.
digital
सनी,
maturity.
बनी,
So if
हनी,
you see
टोनी
the
के
top
साथ
right,
साथ
these are the
टूरिस्ट,
digital giants.
honeymooners,
The Amazon,
सबके लिए खुलेगा.
Microsoft, the
खुशियां
Google,
खुलेंगी,
right? They are
तरक्की
big,
खुलेगी,
and obviously they are
आशाएं
digitally
खुलेंगी,
completely.
ख्वाहिशें खुलेंगी.
Now,
आसानी
they have,
खुलेगी.
in a way,
जब
sorted
ONDC
things out for
नेटवर्क पर
themselves,
हर
and in
तरह के
many ways,
बिजनेस
they
के
are,
लिए भारत
the big
खुलेगा.
platforms
तो
which are
करोड़ों
taking on
कस्टमर्स और
practically every
दुकानदारों
sector.
के लिए
Right? They are not,
बेचने और
they're completely
खरीदने का
sector
नया
agnostic.
तरीका
There's
खुलेगा.
no sector they don't
ONDC
enter.
नेटवर्क पर अब हर बिजनेस
Now,
के
if you
लिए
take the
भारत
top left, these are small players, but which are digital natives, right? So a lot of the startup ecosystem is in this space, right? Now they are, while they're not big in numerical strength,
खुलेगा.
right? But they are digitally mature and they can take care of them.
मिर्ची पैक हुआ क्या?
What you see on the bottom right are large enterprises.
शहर में
Not
delivery कर रहे हो.
ONDC के साथ छोटे से मोहल्ले में शहर का सबसे बड़ा सुपर स्टोर खुलेगा.
All of them, they are not digitally mature. They are trying to get there. There is a lot of digital transformation happening.
सड़क
in
किनारे
these
बनते
companies.
दियों
And
के
many of you, would be
बड़े-बड़े
working for
बंगलों
companies
का
like
दरवाजा
this. And
खुलेगा.
digital transformation becomes an important part of that role there. But they can take care of themselves. Right? They have the financial capital, the access to talent, all of that are there. Now, some will succeed, some will not succeed,
और ये
but
मेरे
they don't
पापा-
need any
मेरे पापा ना
additional help.
बचपन में
Right?
मेरे
They
लिए
can
कल
take care
की
of
बतासी
themselves.
लाते थे.
Really, the ones to focus on are the
अभी
people in
मंगवाता
the bottom.
मिठाई की दुकानों के
Right?
साथ साथ
This is the small sellers,
बचपन की
small
यादों का
producers.
झरोखा खुलेगा.
And today we have seen world over right? An unfortunate consequence of the whole digital revolution is the big become bigger and the small become smaller, right? And without any additional intervention or help, large part of this industry will end up falling behind. Now, this includes small sellers like kirana stores. It includes small manufacturers, the whole MSME sector. It includes entire agriculture space, right? So there is a societal responsibility on how can we support this.
इस open network के साथ,
right?
Miss
And as
सपना के सपने
ONDC,
खुलेंगे।
one because an open network by definition
Mrs.
allows you to
Srinivasan की
focus
सोच
on
खुलेगी।
these, right? Which large platforms may not find it profitable enough to focus on that.
Mr.
And
and
second,
Mrs.
because
Kapoor
we are
का आने
inherently
वाला कल
government
खुलेगा।
sponsored, we have an imperative to drive that. So there is a lot of work we are doing in
मांझी
this
साह के
space, right?
अचार की
And,
तारीफ
you
में
see,
पूरे देश का मुंह खुलेगा। मिश्रा जी की टैक्सी का दरवाजा, सनी, बनी, हनी, टोनी के साथ साथ टूरिस्ट्स, हनीमूनर्स।
no, sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so I'll just take one example, which is if you take the kirana stores on top, right? Now, kirana stores have been impacted significantly by digital commerce, and particularly quick commerce, right? If you take Bangalore, you walk into any store, you'll always have a complaint that large part of the consumer base has gone eroded to quick commerce. And all of us as consumers also, right? You want something, you would have walked across to a kirana 5-10 years back. Now you'll probably order it online and it'll come in 10 minutes, right? Now, what does that mean? One, of course, as consumers, we are benefiting, right? But what does it mean to the large kirana ecosystem, which is such a big source of livelihood? One of the areas we're working on is what does it mean to do a transformation of kirana, right? Can a kirana really compete in the new world of digital commerce? Not easy, right? Because the fundamental economics of a kirana has to change. And in some ways, in another forum, we were discussing this, like, all of us and many of you would be kind of entering the consulting world, right? No, you consult a large industry and you know how to transform the economics of a large industry. What does it mean to transform the economics of a kirana store, right? You're at 600 square feet. What is his inventory throughput? It's very strange, right? In my days in HUL, when we used to do kirana visits, typically they have 4 weeks of stock. But you'll find that almost 20% of SKUs are out of stock at any point in time. And that's a very strange kind of inventory management situation that we are in, right? Now, you can never have good economics in that situation, right? Now, the other way is, they don't count capital in the way we normally count, right? Very often it's a legacy asset, the shop has been passed down by generations, you don't count your own cost. So somewhere they have their own strange economics, which is what has led them to sustain, right? But on the other hand, they have some huge wins, right? They have a great customer loyalty, right? Customer affinity. They provide credit, informal credit, a lot of things which are not available in the e-commerce world, right? So I think there is an opportunity for all of us to see how can we take a legacy industry, so to say, like kirana, and kirana is just one example. How does a digitized form of that look like, right? Similarly, in the whole agriculture space, we have been doing a lot of work with agriculture, and last month I was in a number of field visits in UP, talking to farmers. What does it mean to transform agriculture and with digital commerce, right? What does it mean in terms of them buying inputs, fertilizers, seeds? What does it mean for them to sell their output, right? Making it discoverable. So again, there is a whole sector which is amenable. And again, many of you will be working directly, indirectly with sectors along this. And I think this is a great opportunity on what can happen. The last one is about open innovation, right? We talked about 3 game changers, right? One is what does it do to competition with the platforms? Second, what does it do to bottom of the pyramid opportunities, including digitize the indigitized? And the third one is about innovation, right? Now, innovation obviously is a very, very wide topic, and I'm sure you have delved a lot about that, right? But in a platform world, what happens? A large platform, every part of what you see here is nothing but a department inside the platform, right? So there is someone doing cataloging. There is someone who is doing the technology part of it. There is someone who is managing the customer relationship, right? So these are all departments inside a platform, right? But by definition, the moment you call them as departments inside the platform, it limits to what you can do, right? Now, you're limited by what you can innovate inside your enterprise. And if, let us say, you had some innovation coming in from the outside, the only option is to maybe buy them out, right? That's the only way you can bring that in, right? Whereas in an open network, it is possible for each one of these to be viable, innovative commercial players in their own right, right? So someone could come and say, let me provide a great cataloging solution based on AI/ML, right? How can I digitize the kirana without having a point of sale system and a traditional ERP, right? Can I have voice-based ordering, right? I mean, giving credit, right? Now, today, you don't have flow-based credit, right? A lot of our credit today, small business don't have access to credit because the transactions are not digitized. Someone could come in, a new fintech could come in and say that, let me have access to your transactions and I'm able to give you flow-based credit. Someone could integrate logistics in and say that, I will handle the logistics part of your operation while someone else handles the core commercials, right? So all of that could become microservices, so to say, on the open network. And any innovative startup could come in without having to invest huge capital in customer acquisition costs and so on to say that I can provide this on an open network, right? So again, someone asked the question, what can we do with generative AI on ONDC? Frankly, we don't know the answer. But we know that definitely in a year, 2 years' time, there will be a number of startups who would come in and they would have found an answer to this problem, right? So I think that is the power of open innovation and true, just like what has happened to the whole fintech space with UPI, right? The fintech revolution, a large part of owes it to the openness of UPI. And we believe is the same kind of a situation that ONDC will be able to offer for the wider business. Lastly, just want to leave some thoughts, right, for all of you as business leaders, right, as you kind of embark on your professional journeys. 4 things, right? One is, how do we drive value leveraging the ecosystem, which is quite different from how it has been in the past, right? So, for example, when I embarked on my professional journey, from this campus, 35 years back, right? We all focused on big enterprises because those were the only places to go to, right? And in a big enterprise, you try to drive all value inside the 4 walls of that enterprise, right? Today, it is a much more open world, and clearly the opportunity to leverage the ecosystem while being a niche player in your own space is that much bigger. The second is about barriers to entry, right? And this has got both opportunities and challenges depending on which side you're on, right? Fundamentally, open networks, DPI, all of that are lowering barriers to entry, which means whoever is innovative, whoever is agile is really going to make it a win. And therefore, depending on which side you're in, this is something to really ponder upon. The third is about business model innovation. And again, if you look at what has happened in the fintech space, right? Many of the things which are seen today in fintech, no one could have even conceived 5 years back. And a lot of that is business model innovation. And the opportunity to do that with DPI, with open networks is significant. And lastly, which is really the theme of today's conclave, and I'm sure you'll deliberate a lot on that, is about, within quotes, digital talent and also digital leadership, right? What does the talent of tomorrow look like? Right? Apart from, a lot of the hard skills on technology and business, it's also about fundamental agility, about embracing openness across the culture of digital and the culture of openness. Also about digital leadership, right? What does it mean in terms of managing a digital enterprise? What does it mean in terms of hard processes on resource allocation and budgeting? I think all of that changes with digital in general, and particularly with open networks and DPI in particular. So that was a brief which I wanted to cover as a little bit of an ONDC experience sharing. Also, some thoughts for you as you embark on your careers. So that's really what I wanted to share. Happy to take any questions now. And I know time would be short now. Happy to stay connected and interact with any of you depending on your interest.
Take a 15-minute tea break. For those of you who want to ask questions, kindly stay back and interact. The tea is right outside, so just take the exit doors to your front and take the left. And please be kindly seated in the audi by 10:55 a.m. Thank you. People want it.
all your colleagues and you for yours.
ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಇದು ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಲಾ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಪಾಸ್
ಇದು okay. ಇದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದೆ.
This distance is this distance. ಗೊತ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೇಡ ಬೇಡ ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಲಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಗೊತ್ತು ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಲಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
Dear all, please settle down. We'll get started in a few minutes.
सिद्धांत सिद्धांत दरवाजा बंद कर. Yeah, yeah. Start.
Welcome back to all our esteemed audience. May I once again request you to put your mobiles on silent mode as we get ready for our next exciting event of the day. May I request everyone to please put your mobiles on. Am I audible?
No.
May I request you to please put your mobile phones on silent mode? Yeah, thank you. So let's get ready for our next exciting event, which is a panel discussion on building future-ready organizations, developing leadership skills that go beyond technology to foster sustainable growth.
Our first speaker for the panel is Ms. Shweta Mohanty, who is the Vice President and Head of Human Resources for SAP in India. With 22 years of experience in HR, she has led the people function for all SAP entities across India and spearheaded initiatives like Project Yellow Circle for mental wellness, Elixir for leadership upskilling, and AI Developer Foundation program. Under her leadership, SAP in India won the coveted Top Employer certification for 6 consecutive times, Fortune Employees of the Future Awards, ET Best Workplace for Women, and India Workplace Equity Index for LGBTQ+ workplace in India. Shweta has recently been conferred the top 50 HR thought leaders of 2024 by Economic Times and Business World and People's Most Influential Women for 2024. In August 24, she was conferred the Women HR Leader by Business World. Please put your hands together to welcome Ms. Shweta Mohanty.
Our next panelist is Mr. Balachandar Lakshminarayan. Mr. Bala brings 17 years of experience of global B2B marketing expertise, having worked with industry giants like IBM and American Express in global roles, covering multiple geographies, segments, and industries. He has deep experience in leading 360-degree marketing functions for B2B organizations, creating and executing complex B2B marketing plans, running hundreds of campaigns, managing large budgets, driving marketing analytics, marketing automation, communications, branding, and driving end-to-end marketing to deliver revenue, growth, and transformational business outcomes. As the VP of Marketing at DataWorks and part of the company's leadership team, Bala leads the strategy, planning, and execution of all marketing work streams. Bala holds a bachelor's degree from IIT Madras and an MS from the University of Cincinnati and an MBA in Global Marketing from the Thunderbird School of Global Management. Please put your hands together to welcome Balachandar Lakshminarayan.
Our next panelist, Ms. Sarika Pradhan, is a passionate and strategic leader who drives talent and change management initiatives across Asia Pacific for CGI. As the HR Head of Operations, she looks over more than 21,000 employees. She leads the organization, development, employee engagement, leadership development, POSH, DE&I programs, and fosters a culture of diversity, inclusion, and holistic wellness. With her extensive experience of more than 25 years in the field of human resources and a demonstrated history of working in the manufacturing, consulting, IT, and service industries, she has implemented innovative and effective solutions to enhance performance, productivity, and retention. Let's put our hands together to welcome Ms. Sarika Pradhan.
To moderate this brilliant set of panelists, we call upon another brilliant and dynamic person Professor Debolina Datta. She likes to refer herself as a professor of practice in the organizational behavior and human resources management at IIMB. Professor Debolina comes with 30 years of work experience and has worked as CHRO for 6 years in 2 multinational firms. She has served as a member of the board of IIM Indo and continues to serve on the board of an NGO, SSISM, which is focused on rural education. She has had in-depth experience across all facets of HR functions, across multiple locations, cultures, and organizations. Please put your hands together to welcome Professor Debolina and our enigmatic panelists on stage for an insightful panel discussion.
Okay, good morning. Welcome to you all and welcome to our wonderful panelists to IIM Bangalore. Thank you so much for coming here on a Sunday morning. But we're discussing some very important topics, and since we're starting with the aspect of leadership, I'll address my questions to specifically, members of our panel. And we leave about 15 minutes at the end for our audience to ask some questions of our panelists. I've also, got a promise from them that since we are in a business school, there's going to be great takeaways because we're going to help all our audience members understand the context of some of the challenges they faced, some of the very specific actions, success stories, and maybe even failures that they've experienced. And therefore, what should you learn out of that? And that's hopefully what we, want to make sure that happens in this discussion. So with that, let me start. Since we're talking about developing future leaders, my first question to you, Bala. You've worked in this whole, multicultural, large organizations, small organizations across so many years, so many, different types of people you've seen. Do you see that the traits of leaders are, to be successful today, are the traits really going to be very different from what they were when maybe you and we started our careers?
Yeah, thank you, Professor. That's a great question. And I think the answer is a resounding yes. 18 years back, after my MBA, when I joined my first corporate job in marketing, if I told you stories about the kind of leadership traits that I saw in that workplace, it would shock the current generation. Simply because what we expected, the kind of power distance that we had with our supervisors, the kind of open communication that is available now that was not available then, there's a sea change. It's not just a generational gap. With every generation, the size of the gap is also increasing. The workforce that we encounter today, the people who are joining our companies, fresh out of college, the newer Gen Z workers, have grown up, they're digital natives, right? Number one. Number two is that they are intensely and utterly aware of themselves, what they want, and their ability to tolerate BS is very, very low, right? You can have people who join you, quit in a week because the workplace doesn't suit them. This is all unheard of, right? 20 years back. You also have here in today's generation, intense awareness of what is good for you, awareness of mental health, awareness of what is good for you, what is not good for you. This is all exceedingly good. So as management, it is never now, leadership, it's never about just organizational goals. It's never the thing about, oh, the team is getting their work done, just ignore all else that's happening. Absolutely not. You have to be able to care for your people. You have to be able to know what they're thinking and really provide an environment for them where they feel heard, they feel valued, and critically are able to thrive really as people as much as professionals.
Thanks for that, Bala. This aspect of developing leaders is something that as HR leaders, most HR leaders lose sleep over. We have very convoluted 9 boxes and we have succession planning. What are some of the things that you're doing in your organization, Sarika, to ensure that you have a healthy crop of leader and succession pipeline?
Hello. Thank you, Debolina. So to all of you, before I start on a spiel about what we do, a little bit about CGI, which I represent as the CHRO for APAC. It's a 14 billion Canadian dollar company because the headquarters is in Canada. We have about 91,500 employees whom we call as members, and that's our unique selling proposition for us. We don't call them employees. And I will tell you later a little bit why we call them members and partners and not employees. And coming to APAC, which is the largest strategic business unit with 21,000 people, our succession planning exercise, which we call it as Global Talent Review, is an extremely robust process, which we do it annually as an exercise along with the chairman of the organization, but we do it through the year with a series of initiatives. And Debolina talked about 9 box being convoluted. All of us follow the 9 grid. But one of the companies I have seen working in 4 organizations where we actually go and tell the members that you are valued in the organization. And as part of the strategic development plan, we craft the individual development plan in such a way that we take care of the different strata of the leadership, the management, the senior leadership, the middle management, and the individual contributors. And through the year, we have programs like LAP, which is called as the Leadership Assessment Program, where we tie up with foreign universities and we send them for some certification course. In India, we tie up with universities and we take care of them. I'm just coming out of a 2-day leadership intervention workshop where we were 28 of us, not only the management team, but all the 6, 8, 9 leaders. So you need not go and tell upfront that you are a 6, 8, 9. They come to know that if they are with the management team, they are the leaders for the future. We took the help of a boutique consulting and we just wanted to build, because it's a delivery center of excellence in CGI, in APAC, we wanted to build that growth mindset. With the growth mindset comes the consultative mindset. And that's where we brought in an outside-in perspective to talk about the box 1, box 2, box 3 ideas. That's one of the initiatives we are running. How do you just move out of your complacency zone and really bring in that innovation and creativity? The second one is a lot of focus goes on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And it's not good to have. Every organization is doing it. For us, it is a business and strategic imperative. It's baked in our BU plan. And as CGI, our focus is now on gender primarily, not much on differently abled and LGBTQ and neurodiversity, which Shweta will talk about. But in the gender, across the strata, like I said, we have very focused interventions for the women leaders. Just to give you a statistics, the president who is the CEO of APAC, under him we have a 50% diversity of women leaders. But as we come down, it trickles from a 50% to a 22%. So do we have areas of improvement? Of course, miles to go before I sleep. That's my favorite quote from Robert Frost. But these are the few things, Debolina, which we do very intently. And for us, everything what we do, there has to be a ROI, return on investment. Otherwise, we scrap the program or the initiative. And I think it has been working well. Means my profile didn't say that. In the last 2 years, we have received some 10 external recognitions from Great Place to Work, not only being a DEI favored organization, but being a safe place for women at the workplace. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sarika. You know, this leadership thing is always, you know, for an organization like CGI, which is quite flat, it's always a challenge. What about you, Shweta? What are some of the things that you all are doing in leadership development space? I mean, how are you? And I'd like to also hear specifically, you know, I'd like you to address, if you tell what Sarika said, you know, we tell our members that they are the high potential, they are in the succession, they are in the fast track. Do you somehow face the challenge of managing expectations?
We do. So thanks a lot, Professor Datta. Thank you so much. Professor Datta was thanking us to take out time on a Sunday morning. I really wanted to thank all of you. I know you have far more grueling schedules than probably many of us. So thanks a lot for taking out time on this Sunday morning. I think, one of the things that comes with any succession plan or leadership development program is, expectations that you would have a very vertical rise in your career, right? And to be very true, and I think Bala was talking about how, leadership paradigms are changing. I think one of the biggest change that we see that careers are no longer linear and vertical. And I think that's the one thing that I want all of you to take, because many of you are at a cusp of starting your corporate career. So you can't really go and say, in 5 years, I will be here, in 10 years, I will do this, and in 15 years, I will become a CTO or a CEO or a CMO. Careers are very zigzag today. And I think the sooner you embrace it, the better it is. Certainly in SAP, that is something which is a mantra we live by. And we not only live by, we also ask people to take on to that course. So you would find that somebody who's actually an engineer with a complete development background would go and sell a product, to a customer. And why does he do that? The reason he does that is because he should have an appreciation on what he is developing, how the customers are perceiving it, how are they receiving it, right? It's very, very important to build that kind of holistic mindset on leadership development. Similarly, people who have had a very, very marketing and sales background, go ahead and do, CFO or a CEO kind of roles, because it's extremely important for you to understand that the operational part today, the fiscal aspect of how do you manage the business is equally important, not only just going and selling into the market. So I think that is something that we do. So the expectation certainly is there, Professor Datta, that, you are certainly the chosen one, and we would really want to bet on you and focus on you. But the expectation certainly is not there that in 5 years you're going to reach, a certain C-suite opportunity. It all depends on how you chart your, career path. And career is all about that, right? Opportunities that come to you and how you react to that. So that's what we are trying to kind of share very broadly. And I'm very happy to share more details on it as we go along the conversation.
How difficult is it for managers and leaders to have that conversation to say, we're not promoting you now, but yeah, we've got a plan for you?
I wouldn't say it has been very easy, but I would also say that considering all that we have seen, in the industry, the career paths and the kind of role models that you create, in some sense sets the expectations, right? So if I just take an example, I don't know how many organizations can take pride that their CEO actually started as an intern. So our CEO, Christian Klein, started less than 20 years back as an intern in SAP, right? And he has risen through the ranks, and not just vertically. He was at some point in time a salesperson. He was at some point in time a part of the CEO organization. He has also developed products. So when you have role models, Professor Datta, I think it becomes as easy, because you know that there is somebody that I look up to, and that is how my career path would be there. And one element which I would like to underline, I think, which is a core element of leadership development today, is trust. I think when you trust the process and you trust the organization to do the right thing, you see people, generally buy into that. And of course, there are people who have different expectations. They are certainly, free to take chart on their, their path. But that's how we set expectations very clearly.
Bala said, I'm going to come to you, Sarika. Bala said that, the Gen Z, knowing their mind, everybody's this YOLO generation. So, with an organization so flat, Sarika, how do you hold these people back? I mean, you've only got five levels in your organization.
Yes.
And then you're telling them that you're telling members of, that you are our key talent. How do you hold them back, and how do you prevent them from just going out and...
So 67% of our population from the 21,000 are people. I think most of you will be Gen Z. We handle them. And like Debolina said, it is really interesting. We look forward to, and that's where we need to change our perspectives and our mindset of what we have been doing for the last 20 years. in terms of building a we care culture, really they feeling valued, just wanted to give you my retention story. When other industries in the IT space is running, say, about 15% attrition, we are always 4 to 5% lower in CGI from an attrition perspective. And that, why is that story coming in? One is the culture, a very important element, and for the crowd out here, early on in your career, I think mentoring and coaching are two things which really plays a big role. And to do that, it's easier said than done, but to really have that execution rigor, which makes it a success for us. Coaching is more at the senior level, which we do, and mentoring is we start from the bottom. We have capability initiatives to build first-time effective managers. At the same time, we have capability building called as the Expert Excellence Program, where people don't want to handle span of controls or people managers. They want to really go in the technology and domain perspective. How does this mentoring help? And that's where we have created a tool. We have partnered with MentorClick and we bring in, and it's not that we just give it to them. Every quarter with the Sponsorships Council, we just see how many of them have gone through how many sessions and what is the value they are getting out of it. Second one, like I said, all of us are known as members, and one of our member value proposition, which is our EVP, is the ownership culture we build. From the day zero, a candidate becomes a member. Why? Because we have a share purchase plan, which is one of our benefit, which we give to the member, where member can contribute 3.5% and the organization CGI contributes 3.5%. As a member, I can go up to a 10% because I want to invest my money for a long-term returns, but company will only give a 3.5%. So from day one, that glue and the stickiness is created in the organization. Then comes the career path we give. Shweta talked about lateral paths, vertical paths, horizontal paths. What is in it for me? Are they getting value in the roles? We focus a lot on job rotations, even in the same account. A person doing this for 3 years can move to another person. That's when your manager changes. That's where your technology changes. And we have created a continuous learning culture. Irrespective of which level you have reached, I think each one of you should remember that till the time we go to our graves, we have to keep learning and unlearning. And it's a must. It's no more a good to have. It's an imperative.
Thanks, Harika. So, continuous learning, career zigzags. Anything you want to add to that, Bala?
Yeah, thanks, Professor. I would just want to tie all of this together because really interesting points have been brought up. And I'm going to put my own career up as an example. You asked how difficult is it to have this conversation that, well, not this year, maybe next year, we have our eyes on you. I've had this said to me in my career many times, and I've had to say it to people as well many times, right? It's never easy. I don't think I took it very well when I was on the receiving end of this. In fact, I distinctly remember in one occasion saying to my manager who said this to me back like, all right, what does one have to actually do to be successful in here, right? It hit me really hard. She still teases me about that to this day, that, I said this back to her. But the flip side of this was that when I heard this kind of feedback, I opened my eyes to opportunities that I would otherwise have closed them to, which allowed me to move laterally in organizations. I moved from enterprise roles to industry roles to geographic specific roles, all in B2B marketing. And the learning that I got from it just accumulated, right? Now, to Shweta's point about a zigzag career, mine has been a zigzag career. And it has only helped me simply because I'm able to now bring to bear to my job things that I would never have experienced otherwise. The last thing, and this is the real, X factor in all of this. These conversations and the way you progress in your career will hugely depend upon the person you're reporting to and the luck of the draw in that aspect, right? Some people will make it easier for you. Some people will turn up to be roadblocks. don't be afraid to reevaluate where you are if you come up against roadblocks. I heard a saying the other day, I'm going to quote it for you guys. It's much easier to admit that you walked in the wrong door than to stay in the wrong room for years and years.
Okay. I'm going to do a little bit of a segue now. And, we are in times which are pretty confusing for a lot of us. I think everybody here in the audience will testify to how stressed they are. Let me talk to you, Shweta, this aspect of well-being, mental stress. I know SAP has done some wonderful work around it. Would you want to just share quickly what is it that you all did, and how do you seeing the results of that?
No, absolutely, Professor Datta. So you said that the audience here is very stressed, right? So let me ask this question back to all of you. On a particular day in the morning, if you don't feel physically well, you call in sick, right? Raise your hand who do that. If you're not feeling well, okay. On a particular day, you get up in the morning and you don't feel good mentally. How many of you call in sad? You call in sad? Very good. 5 years back, if I would have asked this question to any audience like this, I would be very happy if a single hand would be raised. And and that's the journey around mental health that we are really trying to demystify and destigmatize in SAP. And this was certainly brought in, through the pandemic, but it certainly was an issue which existed even before the pandemic, that mental health, especially in the socio-cultural context of India, as it is a very taboo topic, right? And when you bring that topic in the workplace, it becomes even more amplified. And we realized that, through some really heartbreaking stories when we came back from the pandemic, that employees used to come to my office and while having conversations used to break down. And you would be surprised there were more men breaking down than women, right? Which kind of aggravated, how bad the situation was and what we really needed to do. So what we have done, and that is what Professor Datta was talking about, this is an initiative which is winning us a lot of accolades, but more than that, winning a lot of hearts. And this particular initiative is called Project Yellow Circle. Yellow is for the brighter things of life. That's what you associate the color yellow to. I would love to see, I see one yellow dressed person today in the audience. And circle is the community, right? So what we are trying to do with project, because it's an intervention, it is a pilot that we are trying to do, where we are destigmatizing mental well-being at workplace. What do we mean by that? We always had EAP, and EAP was always available for the last 10 years or so in the organization. But we realized less than 0.10% of our workforce was really going and availing of the EAP counseling. Because the general mindset is things are not that broken for me to go and, have a conversation with a counselor. If it becomes that bad, if I'm suicidal is when I would go and probably talk to a counselor. I wouldn't go otherwise. But between that journey, and even to reach that journey, there is a lot that an individual goes through. So what we have introduced for the first time is something which we called as mental health ambassadors or yellow circle ambassadors. And 40 of our own leaders and managers and employees have been trained to become the first line of defense, which means that if anybody has had a bad day, and I have availed of this as well, on a particular day when I was really low, I have gone and have had a conversation with them. They are trained to have a conversation, to look at things in a different perspective. And these 40 of them are doing a great work today because employees through an app reach out to them in a fully confidential manner, and they can select who they want to talk to, and they can have conversations and feel good about it. Sometimes it's just a conversation that makes a difference. We have also introduced through technology, through our own BTP platform, if you come to any of our SAP offices, you will see an iPad, just at the place where you swipe in with 5 smileys. And we encourage our employees to go ahead and click on what they are feeling. So if they are feeling good, if they are not feeling good. And the idea is that for that 1 second, you are aware about your mental health. And that's so important. So you know what you are feeling, and if you're not feeling good, you know there is help provided. So these are some of the interventions that we have, taken through. That's a data that I get on a monthly basis, on a real-time basis, on what people are feeling. And that's also a trigger for me to make sure that we get more on-site help. So we get doctors, we get mental health practitioners. We also get our own employees who have dealt with a lot of challenges and, have crossed it and, are able to talk about it. We get a lot of those, resources for our employees to deal with it. I would still say, and that's what I was sharing with Professor Datta, is that I would still say it's a journey. I won't really, declare victory today to say that, yes, we have dealt with all, destigmatizing and all the taboo that exists around mental wellness. But it's a very firm step ahead. It's a very solid step ahead where people don't feel hesitant to say that I'm feeling sad. People don't feel hesitant to say, I'm not good today, I need a break, or I want to go back, or I want to talk to somebody. And I think that's a great victory that we have achieved in SAP with the help of our teams in the last 1.5 years. So that's Yellow Circle, just to say about how workplaces are changing and how well-being is important, Professor Datta wanted to share.
Thanks for that, Shweta. We're talking about the changing workplace, and this conversation wouldn't be complete unless we talk about the role of AI and how it's changing our jobs, maybe changing our careers, maybe job security is no more there. And with all of this digitization coming in, there's this heavy focus on productivity, right? Sarika, what are you doing to look at employee productivity as an outcome of technology adoption?
Thank you, Debolina. So when I joined 2.5 years back in CGI, and you have seen, all of you, how many of you have heard about the word AI? Gen AI? Perfect. And we heard Director Krishnan talking about in the morning in his opening speech on 3 things what we need to focus on. Do any one of you remember what are the 3 things he talked about? Digital, data, and the third one is the leadership competencies. And to really be successful and remain relevant in this era of disruptive technologies, the first KPI I took for myself is, how do I leverage technology and automation in my function, that is human resources, to ensure an efficient organization, employee productivity or member productivity, which we call, and efficient HR team. Multiple things we did in terms of what kind of tools we should bring to each of our processes. But the first thing, which was the mammoth task for me, because my team was new to me and they were knowing me as a person, in terms of change management. How do I bring them together as one team and converge on that goal of technology? Friday, we had a leadership conference, and we had a guest speaker, Jasprit Bindra, you'd be knowing, who came and who is the author of AI Tech Whisperers. You can see him on the internet. He's all over the place now. He shuttles between UK and India. And how he has moved from a Microsoft to a HUL to really creating himself in terms of the learning journey, an AI expert. And lot of practical insights he gave us, that in every function, how you can, don't come to AI, start with the basic automation, then go to digitization, then go to AI, and then go to Gen AI. One thing he talked about there, and which was very self-satisfying for me, is out of his 7 principles, the 5th one was the CHROs are now going to be the new CIOs. The entire 400 people's face was on me, actually. And I was just thinking, and my team sitting behind me were just saying that this is the language we talk in each of our weekly HR cabinets we have. So we are in the right path. But it took me 2 years to bring in. And what are the tools we have done? One is, you all know, we came back from post-pandemic to a hybrid working place. And we have mandated 2 to 3 days of work from office. And everything the team was doing was on Excel sheet to maintain the attendance and all. Very small thing. And today you are there, tomorrow you are going, it sits on the laptop. We created, along with our IT team, a return to work exception tool. So anytime we do our salary increment, our promotion, or any kind of HR processes, this tool completely gives us the mirror, who are compliant, non-compliant, genuine, non-genuine, and what actions we have to take. Absolute delight to the entire business team. Second one is a performance management system. Death by performance management system. Like Prof said, death by panel discussions. We created a collaboration tool where we brought in some seams of LLM from the entire PeopleSoft, which we use as a software. And if a person needs to be promoted, we have a complete history of 10 years, what the person has done, how the person has moved, what has been the ratings, what kind of certifications, has he or she remained relevant? And it's a quick decision. That's my ROI for the business. 96 hours being spent by my HR and business operations, now only 4 hours being spent. That's productivity. Third one, we do, I have 7, 8, but I will close with this one as my last one. We have a quarterly member satisfaction score, and it is like starting from our president, we do it in a very religious way. 25% of the population are covered. 15 questions, like Gallup has 12 questions, we have 15 questions. Basically, the manager and the members speak on what are the things we need to take care. We listen. Listening is a very important competency. And then we see what actions we need to take. The entire thing we were just doing, some report was coming, you are the first, participation score and all, but the exact value and essence of that entire questionnaire was not coming. We introduced a sentiment analysis score. People may give in compensation and benefits 8 on 10. But when you do a sentiment analysis score, you get a 3 on 10. You exactly know that the person is not happy. So these are the few tools. And over the 2 years, we have done some 10 tools in the HR function itself, just to make ourselves really, really efficient and not to leave behind the talent acquisition, which is a very critical function. We are done 2 tools using algorithm, little bit of AI. One is the screen and match tool, and the other one is the interview assessment tool. So I think as a function, we should continue to develop. And again, I close with miles to go before I sleep.
Thanks for that, Sarika. You know, I'm hearing very different practices, very different underlying cultures between the organizations all of you all represent. Let me ask this question to you, Bala. You know, as a marketing person, right? What is the employee value proposition that organizations should kind of, I mean, how do they cultivate this employee value proposition, both for internal stakeholders and for external stakeholders, and maintain, you know, a consistency between the same?
Again, a great question. If you go back 20 years and you see corporate websites, you know, the websites as they were then and the way they kind of talked about themselves in forums such as this, it was very, very corporate-y, if I can use that word. You know, people in suits, you know, talking about using jargon, you know, having very, very formal presentations, discussions, websites, brochureware, all of this was of that nature. Fast forward to today, I think what has changed the most is the concept of authenticity. I think the generation today can see through all of this. They don't appreciate, you know, corporate talk, boilerplate. So what we have done from a DataWorks standpoint is we make sure that we are essentially presenting ourselves not just to our internal colleagues, but also to prospective employees, that we are not different when you read about us on our website and who we actually are when you come to work with us. We foster, I mean, we have our CEO, he's put culture as the center point around which the whole organization involves. It starts with mutual respect. It starts with professionalism. It starts with being, as I said before, absolutely authentic. We have a culture where, you know, none of our meeting rooms have opaque doors or opaque walls. You can see through all of the meeting rooms all of the time and see exactly who's in there. This is all to reinforce the concept of authenticity and transparency. And I think the generation today is really, really on board with that. There really is no place, there's no place for like huge, reams of documents and data and policies and, legalese. For a smaller company like us, we make sure that communication is clear in regular language, making sure that we're addressing issues that are top of mind for staff. We in our quarterly town halls, we invite questions from staff, right? And our CEO addresses each of them in turn. In my previous organizations, way past when, 15, 20 years back, it was unthinkable, right? It would only be, very, very corporate questions that, that at an organization level we can answer. So many things have changed, Professor, but I think the concept of authenticity kind of underlines all of them.
Nice that you sort of mentioned this authenticity, because you could have a document out there which talks about your people policies and practices. And as we've seen in recent events in the social media, the lived experience of employee may be very, very different, right? So especially for large organizations which have very well established, deeply entrenched cultures, let's say for an SAP, Shweta, how do you ensure that your value proposition is sort of either consistent, or if you're transforming to adapt to a new workplace, how are you doing that?
I think one of the things, the challenge is real, and I would really not want to say that, oh, our culture is what it is, and we shouldn't work on it every day. At SAP, we do take a lot of pride in the culture that has been built in over 50 years of period that we have been under existence. But every day is different. Our workforce is changing. People who are coming into the organizations who are changing, and one of the things that we do is that we benchmark every process, right from the time when the candidate is approached to the time when a candidate has left their organization. And what are some of those crucial employee touch points and employee experiences they have? And the endeavor is to make sure that those are the ones where the employee ends up having a good experience. So even if we are telling them, no, it is not something we would be able to do, it is done with respect, it is done with, explaining and briefing the person about why a certain decision has been taken. Immediately after, the pandemic, we realized there was so much going on. There was operational challenges, fiscal prudence that had to be maintained, a lot of stuff that we were able to do that with a lot of fanfare, we were not able to do anymore. And people really struggled with that kind of change. So we introduced something called as People Unplugged, right? And, the message on People Unplugged is that we get difficult, tough topics on the stage, and we encourage employees to hold leaders accountable, or at least be answerable to that. So why my compensation is what it is, why we are having only a 3% merit increase, how are we benchmarked against the organization, why our attrition is what it is, all these are tough questions, right? What are we doing for women's safety? What is, our vision on why we are not able to achieve our target on, diversity? Now, we are, but the fact is there are perceptions people carry. And if you are able to give, like Bala was sharing, an element of authenticity and transparency to the employees at every stage, where they are in touch with leaders, where they're in touch with, processes, I think that is where, the true, kind of litmus test is, and I think that's something which we believe we do it very well. So even if you leave the organization, and especially when you are leaving the organization, I take special care, because it's not only important when you are hiring or attracting somebody, it is also important because, your alumni is one of your biggest, value proposition carriers, right? And we take special care to make sure that even if they have decided to part with SAP, they are a forever loyal brand, visionaries for us.
Okay. Thanks for that, Shweta. Before I open the questions up to our audience, I'm going to ask each one of you to tell me, we have the future leaders of the workforce sitting here in our audience, right? What are the 3 must-dos for them? Just 3. Shweta, we'll start with you.
I think be resilient. I think very, very important. There is nothing that you are taught in the college is going to, help you throughout your career. So being resilient to the change, be open to change is my second one. And growth mindset. I think it has been a much abused word in the last many years. since Satya Nadella has been talking about it globally, but it is truly is an important aspect. At every stage, you have to have a sense of starting afresh, starting anew. So how you are taking and embracing is something which is going to truly be defining for your leadership journey.
Bala, what are your top 3?
I'm going to steal this top one from Shweta, resilience, right? You will meet all kinds of people in your career. You will meet people you hate, people you love, and everybody in between. Don't let anybody get you down, right? Be resilient. It is a temporary professional relationship. Get what you can, move on, and just say that, all right, from this person I've learned this, and from this person I've learned this. Number 2 is learning. No matter where you are, no matter how crappy the assignment is that's given to you, there is room for learning. If a role is really, really bad, you can still learn. You can look for other opportunities, but don't stop the learning. This is what will really differentiate you, both in your own eyes as well as in the eyes of people who matter. I think third is, in my experience, as a leader, when you're out there, be kind, right? Be a good person. People are going through all kinds of things in their lives that we know nothing about, and they turn up every day, right? So lead with kindness, and I don't think it'll ever lead you astray.
Sarika, what are your top 3?
Sorry, Debolina, I will say top 4, but I will quickly close it. It's not the 4 Ps of Kotler's marketing. It's the 4 Ps which Sarika lives her day in, day out. The first P is, as the future leaders, bring in the perspectives and insights. And I think the leadership team really wait to hear from you people. With that comes curiosity, inquisitiveness, and very important is the art of questioning. Second P is passion for results. Many of us out here in the room are bubbling with ideas and strategies. The proof of the pudding, which I live in, day out, is the power of execution. So believe in execution excellence, passion for results. The third P is perseverance. They both have said on resilience, perseverance, grit, and determination. We fumble, we tumble, we navigate, but you need to persevere if you have to be successful in corporate. The fourth one and the last one is power of positivity. It's a personal transformation for me during the COVID, when my yoga teacher, I have been practicing yoga for the last 20 years, said that I'm not technology savvy. I stop it one day. But it had become so much of an habit inside me that I could not stop it. From a practitioner, I moved to a coach. And now I have 10 students, free of cost, through Zoom. Across the country, people join, and I continue to do that. And with that, for the company, I came up with my patented one, a 1-hour session, which I can do for all of them, Prof. Power of Positivity, based on 2 books, Ikigai, Positive Psychology, and Atomic Habits. I read a lot. I believe in self-transformation. And I think these are the things which will make you the leaders for the future. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Let's open it up to the audience. If any of our audience members have any questions for our esteemed panelists. Okay, you can speak up. I think we'll be able to hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, respected panels. So I have to talk that in the initial conversation, Bala sir raised about the topic of mental health. And then Shweta ma'am also discussed about I being a patient of anxiety and depression since last 3 years, my depression was of 3rd level and suicidal attempts was very common. Still now I am on medication and doing MBA from Alliance University. So I would like to raise that why this mental health is treated as a taboo. Your SAP company, wherein which you are doing, you told that you have a yellow circle ambassadors. And I don't know why this is treated as taboo, because now in my second semester, I did internship with an insurance company where my immediate manager told that please don't bring this topic because you will not get an insurance about this. I was literally shocked that why this is treated as a taboo.
Okay, we've got a question. So Shweta, why is mental health still treated as taboo?
I think it has socioeconomic, paradigms that are attached to it. And I'll talk about workplace, and all of you know how it really pans out, in the society and the ecosystem. But at workplace, if you go and say I'm depressive or I'm suicidal, immediately it is associated with your productivity and your performance, right? It is assumed that if you are dealing with those challenges, you won't be as productive and perform at a level that the organization expects you to be, which could be completely a misnomer, a misconception that is carried. And that's why people are worried talking about it. That is why people don't want to go and share it. When we started on this journey, many people said that, do whatever, don't tell my manager. Right? I'm not ready to come in front of an audience and talk about that I dealt with this. The only people who could really have the courage to do so, who have themselves gone through the journey, the hard journey, and those who have seen very close family or friends going through it. Right? So that it's everything, whether it is a D&I journey, whether it is whenever you are talking about a transformation that you are bringing in, it is always go through, initial levels of challenges, right? Who spoke about mental health, 5 to 7 years back? But today, so many of you raised hands saying that you are okay and you feel comfortable to say when you are sad, right? So it's a journey that we have been. And this particular one on the mental wellness is a much more tougher journey, I would say. Because while we did the Project Yellow Circle, I still have challenges where people don't feel comfortable to talk about it. We still have a lot to do to normalize the conversations around the mental wellness. But we have made a lot of progress too. And being that eternal optimist that I am, I do believe that, there is a yellow circle. There is something, there is to the brighter side of life, and there is a community that is always there to support you. So let's look at it, one step at a time. We will certainly do much more progress in times to come.
Thanks for that. Let's have the next question.
Good morning,
this
ma'am.
lady in the middle. Sorry, I'll just take her question and then I'll come back to you. Yes, this lady here in the middle.
My question. Good morning, ma'am. My question is to Ms. Shweta, ma'am. So you mentioned one of the major component for leadership style is to build trust within the organization. I wanted to know the qualities that a leader should possess to build that kind of trust in the organization.
That's a good question. And that is something which I think I touched upon a little bit. To build, it is always said that trust is gathered in drops, but lost in buckets. Right? Have all of you heard about it? And I think what it essentially means is that one particular act can make you just lose whatever trust that you had gathered, which takes a whole lot of time for you to build in. One very important aspect, which I think my fellow panelists spoke about, is authenticity, right? One of the SAP values is tell it like it is. It's actually a value that we follow, one of our 5, where we say, even if it is a bad news, and especially if it's a bad news, make sure you share it. Share it with a level of authenticity and share it with an intent that you are together there to solve it. So that's something which I would say authenticity, having a solution-oriented mind is something which helps in building trust, where you're not looking at finger pointing, where you're not saying that, okay, who has done wrong, or why did we, arrive at this, problem. That's again something which helps. Embracing failures, right? A lot of, especially in the corporate life, those of you who have work experience, there is to be a lot of kind of negativism associated with failing or not doing well. All of us, 4 of us on the panel, wouldn't have been here had we not failed. If I tell you my monumental failures in my career and life, probably you would find a bit funny and strange that I'm sitting in front of you, sermonizing on this, right? So embracing failure, not only for self, but also for the teams, is extremely important. I think these are some of the hallmarks of building trust, where you're authentic, you're communicating transparently, you're being solution-oriented, and you're embracing failure. I think if these are the 4 things which are done well, it helps immensely in building trust in my mind.
Yes, you had a question, ma'am.
Good morning, the panel. I wanted to ask a question. Do you consider recognition and autonomy as a crucial element for leadership development, where micromanaging is the usual scenario in most of the corporates?
Well, I won't agree micromanaging is the usual scenario. We do have bad apples, but I don't think we have rotten crates as a whole. Sarika, do you want to address this?
Yes, I can. So what did you say? Autonomy and?
Recognition.
Recognition. So as part of our member value proposition, which Bala alluded to, I think we take the culture of recognition as a very, very important thing, because in today's generation, like Professor started with being, we are handling Gen Z, I think the power of recognition, be it tangible or intangible, is very, very important. We should not lose that fact. And that's where we are building a culture of gratitude and appreciation as a culture being driven from top to bottom. The second one is autonomy. Each one of us, irrespective of the level or the Zen we belong to, we love empowerment and autonomy. While I am doing so many of my tool productivity out here, I know I'm taking a lot of risks because I am bounded by a global organization which is sitting in Canada. But if you are convinced, if you are consistent, and if you are credible in terms of your action plan, they also see the value which we bring to the table. So autonomy is another must to have as we move forward.
Yeah, once again. I have just a normal one question, like being a leader of a company so how to keep a good work-life balance for an employee? Like a good work-life.
Bala, you tell us this. Work-life balance is right now really topical.
It is. And I think that work-life balance as a term should be abolished. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, this is a you know, a feature from an era when people used to go to factories and spend hours in front of a machine, right? You needed to be there to get the work done, otherwise the machines don't move, nothing gets manufactured. I think today it's a question of balancing your life, right? Work is a part of life, right? So when we talk about flexibility, it's not, at least from my perspective, and what I'm trying to inculcate in my teams is that it's not about saying that, all right, you're going to be in office 2 days a week and 3 days a week, and that's work-life balance for me. No, it's every single day, right? You come into the office, you suddenly get a call saying that, oh, the plumber has turned up at your door when he said he's going to come after us. No problem, go ahead, right? This is life. Oh, you need to take care of your sick mother-in-law, you have a doctor's appointment that you suddenly got today, go ahead, do it. You're not feeling, like working in the afternoon, you want to kind of log off now, get a cup of coffee somewhere and, get your work done later on in the day, go ahead, do it. This is work-life balance and this is empowerment. The core of this is trust, right? You have to be able to trust your team members to be able to deliver this for you. So I'm very careful when I hire. I make sure that people understand that this kind of flexibility comes with trust. And I really reward responsibility with trust. It is a two-way street. It's always a work in progress, but that's the philosophy.
Thanks for that, Bala. And I think just one point on this is, I think the onus is on each one of us in setting what is our boundaries, right? What we will accept, and if you don't speak up, you'll probably not get the balance that you desire, right? I know we have a lot more questions. I saw that, unfortunately, I'm getting signals out here saying that we're over time. So thank you all. Thank you all for this, all your wonderful insights that you brought in. And if there are some more questions for our panelists, they're still around. In the next break, please make sure you reach out to them. And thank you all for being such a wonderfully participative audience.
I'd like to thank the panelists for the extremely thought-provoking and insightful points, thoughts, and discussions. We learned a lot from you. So I'd like to request Professor Debolina to hand out this memento to Ms. Shweta Mohanty. Kindly hand this memento to Mr. Balakrishnan. And last but not the least, thank you, Sarika Pradhan ma'am. So this is. Thank you all. So audience, did you find this insightful? Raise your hands if you did so. Yeah. Excellent. Thank you so much. So, awaiting the next, we have one more very interesting speech, which you definitely do not want to miss, and then we'll break for lunch. So, I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Subramanian Chidambaram, the Chief Strategy Officer at Cummins, India. In his role, Mr. Subramanian leads the strategic initiatives that drive Cummins India's vision forward, while also being responsible for developing exceptional talent for the company's global operations. Before joining Cummins, he was leading strategy and digitalization for Siemens, a distribution business, for nearly 5 years. During this time, he successfully led global strategic projects, cost reduction programs, and process improvements. His prior experience includes over 6 years at McKinsey and Siemens Management Consulting, where he spearheaded transformation programs and developed business strategies for various industries, including logistics, cement, oil, and gas. Notably, he contributed to the widely recognized McKinsey report on India from poverty to empowerment. In addition to his professional accomplishments, Mr. Subramanian has a strong academic background. He holds a postgraduate diploma in management from IIM Lucknow and a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from VJTI Mumbai. His academic pursuits extend into the realms of Sanskrit and Carnatic music. He completed an MA in Sanskrit, specializing in Vedanta, in 2017, and is currently pursuing a PhD on Indic Insights for Modern Leadership. He is also a visiting faculty member in Vedanta and Puranas at the University of Mumbai. Please put your hands together and join me in welcoming Mr. Subramanian Chidambaram to the stage to talk about strategic leadership during energy transition.
Do you want me to give you a signal or something? 5 minutes.
Yes, I would like to wait for 10 minutes, 15 minutes for questions. So just signal me. Yeah. Signal me. Perfect.
We'll have 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. What?
So firstly, a very good morning, good afternoon to all of you. Thanks to the team of the Business Conclave for giving me this opportunity to again share some of my thoughts with all of you. It's always a very exciting space when I'm interacting with students. That's the place where questions, the right kind of questions get asked, the challenging questions get asked, because in most of the other scenarios, you know, the other person is also the invested stakeholder. So you don't get to hear some of the difficult or hard questions there. Very interesting theme for the conclave, right? The developing future leaders. And as I could see from the morning, I think there has been a streak of technology that's been the undercurrent. So probably I'm going to be a bit off the track. I'm going to be speaking about not technology. I'm not a technology person, right? So I'm going to be talking a bit about the hard industries, the basic industries, and going to be talking about a trend that's probably known to most of you, which is about this entire aspect of energy transition. Initially, my thought was I'll do without slides, but I would say the problem of being trained as a management consultant and a strategy guy, you need some slides. So I've tried to keep it minimum so that it doesn't distract you from the conversation, but just to hold your attention to what is being spoken about. So today we are talking about in the larger industry context, right? You have this
term called decarbonization, right? How many of you have heard those terms? Electrification, decarbonization, global warming, climate change. Yeah? So all of that is being now spoken about as the existential crisis, right? ESG has come a big way in the light of this kind of a background to say that what are your green stocks? It's gone even till the stock market, right? Where the green stocks get a premium for potential employees, companies that are focusing a lot on sustainability and green gets an upper hand over things that are not. So it's become like a mainstay dialogue, a mainstay discussion in pretty much all the fields or arena. Let's just understand a bit around this phenomenon of energy transition or decarbonization, because the company that I'm representing right now, which is Cummins, is actually in the business of manufacturing diesel engines. And we have been doing that for the last 100 years, right? So if it is an existential crisis, I think it cannot be more than for us to say it is an existential crisis, because you have been dealing with a traditional fossil fuel product. And there are so many companies like that out in the market, be it steel companies, cement companies, the power generating companies, into many of which you might have worked or are going to work with, which form a huge part of our economy today. So this entire thing of energy transition, I would like to place a few thought starters here, right? There is the traditional thought start anyway that you all know about global warming, the kind of pollution levels going up, the temperatures rising, leading to climate changes, and we are all experiencing it on a day-to-day basis. You are seeing those climate changes happening. You are seeing those issues with respect to different, untimely rains, droughts, famines, many of these things that are going around across the world. But there is another aspect to this entire thing of decarbonization, climate change, which most of the countries are coming together to really solve for. As you would know, or most of you would have read through, the current energy scenario, if you take it to be the traditional scenario, right? Hugely dominated by oil, the main source of power, in most cases, the main source of energy. And if you look at the oil network, many of you would know that it is a network, right? You have oil supplying regions, and then you have the oil consuming regions, right? So there are certain parts of the regions or certain parts of the world that can set the benchmark or standards to say, this is how I supply energy. And then the rest have to figure out how they are going to consume it based on those standards or benchmarks. Now, for certain countries, this is fine, this works. But for certain countries where the economy is not that luxurious or comfortable to be able to keep spending, let's take the example of India. Close to 70 to 80% of your imports would be energy imports, right? You're importing huge amounts of oil or energy sources. Considering the growth agenda for India, this is going to be a deterrent, because you are not having flexibility in that part of your kitty. You have a limited kitty as a country to spend. The majority of that spend is going towards importing energy needs, which you definitely need for you to grow. So you are caught in an excess. What is the way to break out? Indigenous sources. How many countries are really blessed with indigenous sources of energy? Right? This is where a different sort of thought process comes to this entire concept of decarbonization. Is to say that there are certain sources of the carbon fuels or the fossil fuels, which is a different world, which is the world we operate in. And then there is a different world that emerges when you look at the decarbonized sources of energy. Because the traditional regions that are supplying your oil and coal may not be the regions that are rich in renewable sources. Very few cases these overlaps come. But there are countries like India and others which are blessed with certain renewable energy sources that can be tapped. So then your entire mindset shifts to say that why not start focusing on this? Not just from a climate decarbonization perspective, which is important, but also from an economic perspective. So there is an economic angle to decarbonization. There is an economic angle to this entire energy transition, which is about sustaining your economy, which is about growing your economy, which is about having enough at your disposal to be able to spend on the priorities of you as a country. So this entire growth agenda for India, now let me come to India very specifically. India today is among the top 5 economies of the world, right? You are wanting India to be, or there is the aspiration of India to be the 3rd largest economy very soon. When an economy grows, what do you really see? What are the visible indicators of an economy growing? GDP per capita, okay. Purchasing power, yes. What else? Net income of the individual. How do you see it manifesting? What are the manifestations of economic growth? How do you see? Sorry? Yeah, okay. Infrastructure, right? You see a lot many constructions going around suddenly start coming up. You see suddenly as many of you said, the income level rises, a lot of consumption is happening. A person with 1 car is going into a 2-car model, larger house, right? As their disposable income increases, visible signs of saying that fine, there is economic growth. What does all of this need? All of this economic growth, what does it need? More energy, right? Yes, it needs money, which is anyway what you're having, right? That's why you're buying all this. But the thing that increases exponentially is energy needs. The moment all this happens, energy needs grows exponentially. Now, even today, if you see the energy scenario of the country, how much is the share of green energy in it? If you're talking about different sources, like it's 20 to 30%, maybe also in terms of capacity in many cases. But if you actually start looking at the energy that you're using, because even solar efficiencies drops are there and stuff, as many of you said, maybe 10, 15% in that range is where you will find the green energy share. And I'm saying green energy, all sorts of renewable energy sources I'm putting together would be there as you're consuming, not just in terms of power, even in terms of energy for other things. For example, running your automotives. You're running it on what? Diesel, gasoline, all of these things. How many electric vehicles have really penetrated across the spectrum? Maybe you have a lot in the 2-wheelers and 3-wheelers, maybe the penetration is more, but as you go up the ladder, things are less, right? So when you take the total energy scenario, which is including power, including all other energy sources, the share of green energy just drops. And you want to double, triple this economy, the kind of growth that you're talking about. Is it a viable proposition to say that 100% of this should be supplied by green in the coming days? Is it even possible, feasible? Is it even practical to think that way? So you literally land up in a scenario where I have a growth agenda on one side, and then I have this entire thing of green on the other side. And my point is, what am I going to do as a country? And the country has to prioritize at some point the growth, because its entire sustenance is based on growth. If the country is not growing, what is it doing to its people? If it has to alleviate people out of poverty, if it has to provide healthcare, education, all of this, it needs to grow because it needs money. If it's not going to grow, it's not going to get the money to finance all these things. So growth is definitely there at the top of the agenda. But the question is, if the green can also support in growth, great. but it cannot be a separate agenda. Then if it is divorced from growth, it doesn't contribute to the whole story. That's a sort of place where, say, a country like India is today. Because if today I have to spend into green initiatives or green technologies, many of these are 5 to 10 times costlier than what my traditional technology is, or traditional cost of power is, or traditional cost of energy is. The question is, why do I want to do that? Why do I want to spend all this money when I could have used that money for something else? So there is this balance. Certain countries have that disposable income to do it, so they could do it. But for India, when you have the limited kitty and you have multiple other priorities that you need to tackle, which is beyond growth. And mind you, this has to be kept in mind when we are talking about these subjects, right? For a country, these priorities are not divorced from growth. For a country, these priorities are not divorced from decarbonization. These are as much an agenda for them, maybe a bigger agenda for them, than what the other things are. So if you were in that seat, how would you think? Right? If I have a limited kitty with me, how am I going to divide the money? How am I going to apportion it? That needs to be thought. And post that is where you can think, you can then blame the government for doing X or Y or Z, because there are limitations. The point for me to say this is that this energy transition is not an easy story. As I said, one part is your entire decarbonization and green from a climate perspective, which is understood, which is universal. There is another part which is the economic agenda, to say that if I am going to be importing energy, then it is going to pinch me. How do I substitute that with a more indigenous source? And for a country like India, that proves beneficial in the form of solar, or in the form of next, maybe in the form of wind, then tidal, and so on. So that is why you see the impetus coming on these areas, because they are indigenous sources. If I had to import solar energy, would I do that? Just because it is green? Does it make sense for me to do that? Because I'm substituting one imported with another imported stuff. What's the point? So the reason for some of this green agenda to take off in India is also because they are indigenous in nature. That is why that impetus is coming. Same is the case for hydrogen, because it is the next stage of solar. Solar is the starting point. How do I store solar is where I come to things like hydrogens and batteries and stuff. And that's where those sectors are also picking up in the country. So the reason for me to say all this is, as you are thinking about the topic of energy transition to start with, these all factors have to come in front of you. Because you will be in those roles where your organization is trying to do some of these things, or your role is trying to drive some of these things. So you must also understand that there is always an economic agenda behind the whole thing. I'll come to this economic agenda a bit more later as well. So as I mentioned to you, it is always a balance between the growth and between the green, or the decarbonization, or the climate change, or the global warming. Because in the center is the money, is the kitty of disposable income that is limited. And this is not just true for a country, this is true for every company, every organization. There is no infinite resources. There is no infinite money that you have or capital to spend. So there are always trade-offs and choices that you have to make. Now touching base upon this entire aspect of energy transition for India. This scenario that growth is an imperative for the country. Less than 10 to 15%. Realistic to expect that tomorrow everything is going to become green and my growth is going to be driven by green agenda. It doesn't work. It's good to market. It's good for marketing. But when you come to the practical on-ground scenario, that is not going to be the case. You are going to deal with still the conventional sources of energy only. They are the ones that are going to drive your growth. They are going to continue to be the key driver of your growth. The question is then what? What do you do then? It is still going to be traditional energy or In some cases, they call black because this is green. So then they put the other opposite there, right? So black. What do you do then? How do you as a company strategize in such a scenario? If yours is a company that is generating power, that is producing cement, that is producing steel, that's producing engines, that's producing various equipments that run on diesel, petrol, gasoline, coal, what is your company going to do? What is the next step for your company? So here is where certain thoughts or certain areas then start emerging. So the fact is that if the traditional sources of energy are going to continue, the question is, how do you make them less polluting? If it is contributing to 100 units of carbon dioxide today, can they contribute to 80 tomorrow? Is that a possibility? That means you are trying to improve the efficiency or productivity of things. You're trying to improve the green content of the output. And that's where I think a lot of what we spoke in the first half of today in terms of AI, digitalization, all of this would help for sure as enablers in trying to drive those efficiencies and trying to drive those productivities and saying that if I'm going to use X unit black, so-called black power, can I reduce that input and produce the same output with lesser of that black? That means I have consumed less automatically. So how do I drive the energy efficiency aspect of the whole thing? Second thing to really think about is any change for that matter. There can be two ways to deal with change, right? One, it's a step change. That today it is traditional fuels, tomorrow it is 100% green. So from 100 it has come to 0. 100 carbon dioxide to 0 carbon dioxide. That's one way to think about it. Second way, as I said, is to say that 100 goes to 90, goes to 80 and continuously keeps reducing to 0. The 100 to 0 is also a plausible scenario, but the problem is you'll have to wait. Why you have to wait? Because you have something called as an adoption triad, as I call it. You hear of a lot of technologies. We heard in the morning as well, EV, right? Electric is a big trend. Hydrogen being spoken about everywhere. Batteries being spoken about for nearly everything. The question is, when do these technologies really succeed? When they get really adopted. Adoption is the metric. So if 80% of people today use diesel vehicles, tomorrow 80% should use electric vehicles. That's your success, that you have moved the needle. When will 80% of the people end up using electric? Or when will this mass adoption happen for any technology? First is it must technically prove its brilliance, excellence, to say that technically it satisfies whatever your incumbent technology was giving. So if my diesel vehicle was giving X mileage, right, S sort of economy to me as I was driving it and the comfort that I got if it is a passenger vehicle or if it's something that it's more of the customer oriented one, or it kinds of give me fuel economy if I'm driving a truck. The same thing should be there at least if the new technology comes in. So an electric vehicle also I need the same or better, right? All of you who are consumers of electric would expect that to be the case. It cannot deteriorate. Your performance cannot go down just because it's a new technology, right? You don't want to buy that. So technical performance at par or better. That's first. Second is I am not ready to pay 1 pi more or 1 rupee more just because it's a green technology. Maybe it works in some cases. Maybe it's a matter of pride to own an electric vehicle, then you buy, giving something extra so that you have the pride of owning it. But when you go to trucks, they're not going to pay. The truck driver is not going to pay you 1 rupee extra just because you're giving him a green truck, right? Because his thing functions on total cost of ownership. How many more trips can I do, and is it really saving me in the entire scheme of things? And so on and so forth in many other sectors. So is the total cost of ownership beneficial? Cost-wise, is it better? That's the second parameter for you to really say that this adoption of technology is good. Assume that both of these are there. It's a great technology and it is giving you cost efficiencies. The third is availability or accessibility. And that's where it's really pinching today. I think few years back, you heard this entire story of natural gas, which was pretty much there all across, to say that everything shifting to gas. We also had a lot of cabs and everything moving to gas, right? Very soon you realize that there are queues outside gas stations. There are not enough gas stations. A lot of anxiety to say that, is this really going to work or not work? And very soon, when the gap between natural gas and diesel started coming down, people felt that diesel is better or petrol is better than doing natural gas. It doesn't even save me anything. Especially you found this in the form of, in the area of trucks and commercial vehicles, this was even more stark. So if things can be that volatile, where even the prices of your fuel is, changing your decision of the equipment, you can just imagine the kind of volatility that goes on there. And that's why the gas story really did not take off in many of the cases. It was not successful. Now you have the electric and the hydrogen and various other technologies that are coming in. The question is that if I am running an electric vehicle, can I run without anxiety that my battery will run off? When in the middle of the road am I going to stop? With no battery around, what do I do? The range anxiety, right? It's okay to run within a city, doing round trips within the campus. A lot of the pilots are happening within campuses. That works. That's the right pilot to do. The moment you have to try travel from Mumbai to Delhi along the highway, the range anxiety will set in. To say that I don't think this will work. After some time, the truck is going to stop. The truck driver is going to say, what crap vehicle have you given me? Right? Because the question is that there's no accessibility of the fuel, be it in the form of charging stations, or if it is hydrogen in the form of hydrogen stations, or if it is natural gas in the form of natural gas stations. So accessibility of the fuel is again important for the technology to succeed. So if these three things are there to start with, the technology crosses to say is that, okay, these three are ticked. So technically, it can be adopted. But there is another link, and here is where I bring the economic aspect of things or geopolitical aspect of things. And that's probably, these are the different lenses you guys as managers, future managers have to think through. Just imagine you have, as I said, you have this entire oil producing and consuming network. And you're now creating a parallel network, which is about electric, hydrogen. Very few players might be common, right? It might be a different system altogether, ecosystem altogether. How are you going to take, if you are an oil producing country and suddenly your demand, because people have started shifting to solar and hydrogen, how are you going to react? What is your reaction going to be as an oil producing country? What will you do? That is there, yes. So they will stop funding all these green things that they were doing maybe. But what would you do? What would be your first reaction? Yes. But what would you do to your traditional business? Your traditional business that is giving you the cash, there's a cash that is dropping. What would you do? Right? What happens because of that? They can? Yes. Correct. So suddenly now your energy cost has come down. And now your technology, your new technology is not able to match on the cost. Suddenly. It was matching in the beginning because it was at a different price that you were comparing. Now things have changed. I'm saying these things are possible and these things are real. So when you're talking about any of these things, there are a lot of aspects, not just economic, technological aspects. There are geopolitical aspects that come into the play. And that is what we need to think as future managers of different organizations, of how does such an organization respond in these kind of scenarios? Or how does, even if you're going into government roles, how does a country respond in these kind of scenarios? So after all these things is when the adoption happens, and then things start moving towards whatever the end state is. So I'll not prolong this monologue a lot because I would like to understand from you if there are thoughts. But as I see it, right, in this kind of a background, which I have just put a lot of thoughts around for you to think through, few things that I think is very critical as managers, as leaders in this kind of a world or in this kind of a scenario. You need to always think about a bridge. It is not about a 1 or 0. It is not about I'm using coal or am I using green, solar. Am I using diesel or am I using electric? What is the in between? There must be something in between. Because things are not going to move from 1 to 0 over a night. What do I do until then? How do I sustain myself? Which becomes palatable to the stakeholders. Palatable technology, palatable cost, palatable transition. Like for example, one of the things that is happening is the hydrogen combustion engines. Combustion engines were burning diesel. Let modifications, but I'll now start injecting hydrogen into it. So you don't have to do much as a manufacturer. You just have to tweak a bit of the design. The truck owner, you don't have to do much in terms of your truck design, maybe some tweaks here and there, but we will now start injecting fuel of hydrogen. Also has got its own set of plus and minus because you don't have hydrogen today anyway. So that's a different question altogether. So a bridge, always think about the in-between things. So don't just think about a 1 or 0. There are in-between states. Innovation, constantly innovate because as I said, this bridge needs innovation. You cannot just say that this is the ideal state and that's all I will think about. No, you have to think about all the in-between scenarios. The one thing that many organizations are not open to is partnership. See, you have a limited kitty, you have a limited amount of money. What are you going to spend that money for? You have limited choices. I agree that battery is also great and hydrogen is also great and my money is coming from diesel. Now I need to keep my diesel business on, otherwise how am I going to earn money and support the battery and the other things? So I have to keep some investment on here. The remaining is what is available for that. If I want to do 10 things and I want to spend on all the 10 things, who is going to fund me? I don't have fund to give for all these things. So I need to partner. There are people out there doing it. Why don't I partner with them? There are startups doing it. There are academia doing it. There are so many other people doing it. Why doesn't an established industry partner with them and say, fine, you develop the product. I will chip in where you really need me and I need you. Because they need you for commercialization. So let me wait if this technology really goes through the hump or not. Because until then, even you are not sure. There is a gestation period. A collaborative network. The government needs to come here. The government needs to set policies that are suited. You cannot have the mechanism like you had in the solar thing, right? Everything is incentivized. The bus is incentivized. The solar battery manufacturer is incentivized. It's a good proposition. Again, as I said earlier, the government also has limited kitty. If you keep on asking requests that give me incentives for this, give me incentives for that, at some point they're going to say this is not possible or it is not going to be sustainable. So then what are you going to do? So finding innovative ways of funding becomes an ingenious point. For that, you need government to think. You need to sit with government. You need to sit with the policymakers, stakeholders. So that needs to be a collaborative network. It cannot be one person deciding the stuff or you trying to figure out in your own cocoon. The funding mechanism, as I said, you need innovative funding approaches. That's why in today, a lot of the conferences on green and other thing, you have NBFCs attending. You have banks attending. Because they are coming up with solutions to say, we will fund this project. Because the company cannot do everything or the government cannot do everything. And lastly, the focus is growth. Let us not forget that in the midst of all this. So growth is still to be the focus. That is the ultimate function that you need to optimize for. Because without that, the entire sustenance of this organization or the country doesn't stay. But how do you do that with all these variables is the question. So that's where I'll stop. I think it's been a lot of monologue, but I would like to hear from you to say, how are you thinking about it? What are your reflections or if there are any questions? Yeah.
Majorly, I took China has taken net zero to 2060, and we have taken it even 10 years later, 27. And in our previous talk, we spoke about bringing manufacturing and making the smart factory of the world. So something is missing there, like the vision. So how do you?
Yeah. See, let me tell you one thing. Yeah. Go ahead.
So, the whole world is trying to diversify its supply chain network, particularly after pandemic. And China is a disruptive player here. And also recently after Bangladeshi civil war, we are having disruption of movement in terms of important raw material and goods. Talking of green sourcing as well as net zero climate change goals, how are we going to approach this supply chain problem from raw material sourcing, procurement to like suppliers code of conduct throughout the process?
Very, very good question. I think in continuation with what we spoke in the morning of the manufacturing hub, I think one of the key things for us is the supply chain, having the supplier ecosystem here. That's where today a lot of the countries are handicapped, as we said in the morning also, because they are dependent on certain countries, certain regions, because they have developed that kind of a supplier ecosystem today. Let me tell you, the point of China that came up, China is increasingly moving towards a self-sufficient economy, right? In sort of saying that we have the demand, we have the supply, we have everything, right? Sort of scenario, which is going to become an issue for countries that are dependent on countries like China for their supply ecosystem. And unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know what the case is, but the kind of globalization that we were talking about is moving towards regionalization, right? The entire trend is going towards more local. Okay, that's what you see in many of the policies to say that you set up manufacturing base in the country, then we will incentivize you. That is being done by the country because of this reason. Many countries are now adopting the policy of saying that you set up base here. We are not going to fund you for just importing stuff. We are going to tax you more if you're going to import stuff. You're going to set up base here, we will incentivize you. Now the question could be, is this practical at all? Can everything be set up in the country? May not be possible. Few things will still be imported. Few things doesn't make global sense for companies, because see, in many of these cases, the organizations that are doing this are global in nature. It's not local companies will anyway set up locally. The question is, in many of these areas, the global companies are in the lead, be it technology. The technology is available with global companies. So for those global companies, you have to incentivize to come and set up a base in your country. Then only your technology comes along with that. You need to have for a technology transfer or licensing and things which many companies may not agree for. So there are multiple facets to this problem, right? So first part of the problem is you have to incentivize supply chain ecosystem. There is no doubt about it. How do you do that? You need to get some of these companies to set up base here if they are not already there. Even if they're setting up base here, the question is that are they using this as a back office or are they significantly developing capability in the country? There are very few companies that have tech centers here who do actual tech work. Many of the times it is back office. You have outsourced work to India. That cannot be the case. That doesn't help your people learn. There has to be an engagement between these companies and your local companies or local people. There has to be some sort of a technology gain that you get. It's not that to say that after everything you just dispose of the company and say, no, you go. We have learned it. That is the other country models, which we cannot work. That will hinder further companies from coming. So that cannot be the case. But still, you also need to grow in your competency, right? You cannot keep being dependent on other things. Plus, beyond these, right, there are multiple other factors that need to improve for supply chain to take off in India, which I think is a separate discussion altogether on supply chain. Be it in terms of your infrastructure, be it in terms of your logistics cost, be it in terms of the kind of incentives or the kind of ease of business that you're trying to do with these companies that are sitting base here. Though things have improved, they need to further improve. So if you ask for a company to say, will you set up base in China or India even today, even with the geopolitical risks, many people still take the call of China. Why? Because when they work out at the end of the day, maybe their P&L, it is working out better there in many cases. That means there is still something for us to do. So this manufacturing hub is a great aspiration to have. But the thing is, we have to work on a lot of the basics there to get it really through. Else it's not going to flow through.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Sorry. Where?
Excuse me, sir, here.
Ah.
So, like economic viability of EV in development, like in developing countries, like how does it affect the global climate change efforts, sir? Like challenges and opportunities.
Global climate change efforts, you're saying?
How does it impact on?
See, if you actually go by statistics, if you really say who is the carbon emitting country, the developed countries would be there at the top, right? So them doing the change is required, right? For us to really, if at all you're going to be using an index to say global carbon emissions and somebody is tracking it, for example, I don't think people are holding people to task on that. But if suppose there was that review, then you would find that the developed countries are at the top of the list and they have to make the changes more than the other countries. The reason why all the countries come together is it's a matter of solidarity to say that we are in it together, right? You also need to change while others are changing. But the point still remains is that for a developing economy, your climate change is not your only priority. For a developed economy, that could be a major priority, right? So say, for example, a US can say that that is one of my top priorities. But for an India to really put out there, it needs a lot of thinking before that, because I have growth agenda as even more bigger priority for me. And forget growth agenda, all the other things, right? How many people am I really being able to provide food, clothing, and shelter, who people are still below the poverty line? How many people am I still able to move ahead? Because we are seeing that some of the cases, things are widening the gap. So how am I able to resolve that? Healthcare, am I able to do better? There are so many priorities for the government even there. So above all these priorities, if I'm going to put my green agenda, I need to have my data really right. So I'm saying that is the dilemma which developing economies will get into very fast. And it is a fair thing because they have those priorities. Developed economies may not have that issue and they have that luxury of doing that, which is why they are doing also. You're seeing some progress happening there and some delayed progress in other cases. But that to me is a practical scenario. Like how much ever you want these guys to go faster or slower, it may not happen because that's the way it will pan out. Unless it makes economic sense. So if solar makes economic sense, coal will move to solar. If it does not make economic sense and it's just going to take time and take all the money, it won't see the light of the day.
Sir,
Question from there.
one question from
Yeah.
my side. As you mentioned, the road to green energy and net zero is a long one. It's like a marathon. And we have a lot of stakeholders in between.
Yeah.
When you talk about even hydrogen, we need to have some electrolyzer manufacturers, maybe L&T. Then we have to transport hydrogen. In that case, how do you sustain the partnership when there are companies which are changing their strategy altogether? Like we need oil companies to actually participate in this transition. Shell earns a profit of around 100 billion every year. So when the leaders change, so the change in thought also comes into picture. So the entire strategy moved from investing in renewables to again going back to oil and gas, because that is giving you a profit of 25%.
Yes.
These this renewable projects hardly give you 5% like an EPC. So how do you manage the change in leadership and the change in strategy in between this marathon?
Yeah, I think that's also a very good question. See, what happened in this space, and that is, if I were to say, like, for example, us as Cummins, right? So we are diesel engine manufacturers, but we acquired an electrolyzer manufacturer, and we have got into the space of producing hydrogen. In the diesel space, we are not into the space of producing diesel. We are producing an application for diesel. But here we are in the space of producing hydrogen. You have PE firms who are entering into the space. You have EPC firms who are entering into the space of producing hydrogen. You have any number of firms entering into the space. Why? It seems very attractive, it's profitable. It seems there is a lot of value there. It is the next big thing. Next big value pool is lying in hydrogen, so let's invest into hydrogen. It is some sort of economic analysis that is telling you, which many of you would also do. If you have to identify the next growth opportunity for a company, you will find out all the big value pools. And you'll say hydrogen is the next big value pool, let's invest there. That's your next diversification strategy. The question is it really diversification? To your question, the value chain in oil is very different. You have an oil producing company, oil refining company, oil distribution network, and then users of oil, well established. The user of oil is never going to get into the business of oil exploration suddenly. It doesn't work like that. But in hydrogen, everybody is everywhere. So it has created a lot of confusion. There's a lot of ambiguity in this space because the person who was my customer is also my competitor now in hydrogen space. who was my supplier, is also my competitor now. In solar also it's happening. All the renewable spaces, everybody is putting up a solar plant or solar energy space. Battery, people are putting up battery plants. So you see every other day, you'll see in the newspaper, some other battery plant is coming, some other hydrogen plant is coming, some other solar EPC is coming. That is because there is a perception of value, saying that, okay, no, this is the next big thing, let us put our feet there and let us remain. If the door opens, we will go inside, right? Otherwise, we'll stay in this half-feet thing. To me, that has become a lot in this space. I think it will take time to stabilize. In my opinion, the end state should not be that. The end state should be that there is a hydrogen producing company, there is a hydrogen distributing company, and there is a hydrogen using ecosystem. They are clearly different. They cannot be the same person doing everything. They cannot be this customer going there, that will not work. When things stabilize, things will stabilize that way. But right now it is like the messy middle part, that everybody is wanting to do everything. That is where I think these problems are coming, where the traditional oil companies are not taking the call because somebody else has taken the call. And somebody else is moving into this space, so they are like, let us wait and watch. And mind you, in many of these cases, even the big companies, like maybe companies in the Middle East and all, are doing it because they, of course, they have that luxury to do it in many cases, but other companies are still waiting and watching because they still don't know what is going to be the returns in this space. If I put 1 rupee into hydrogen, am I going to get 1 point some rupee back, or am I going to get negative? They still don't know that. So some people are still doing the wait and watch game, and they are just happy doing the pilots and staying close with that. So it will have to stabilize, but it will take time.
So that's the end of the time. Thank you, Mr. Subramaniam, for such an insightful session. The testament to this is the questions are just not stopping. So everyone, we'll have to break for lunch now, but please feel free to connect with him offline. We would now like to felicitate Mr. Subramaniam. Two of our student volunteers, Nitin and Shalini, will help felicitate. So can you move to the center? Thank you, Mr. Subramaniam. We'll now break for lunch. There are 4 restaurants on the campus. Please reach out to student volunteers you see. They will help you go to these restaurants. Let's try and meet by 1:50 p.m. because our next session starts by 2 p.m. and they are very enthralling sessions, and I'm sure all of you will want to be a part of it. So we can now break for lunch and let's meet here by 1:50 p.m. Thank you.
put intro video, the painter. Can you open my in this con event? In Melbourne, there is an intro video. This time. Okay. Yes. Where the presentation video. I mean, stop. I think I have it in front of me. It's not in the painter. Okay. We just. We'll start engaging. We'll ask people who are in the top sessions that
Yeah, sorry, there are some technical glitches which are going on. And in the meantime that we resolve them, we would like to hear from the lovely audience that has come here. So anybody, if you'd like to raise your hands and tell what are your top 3 learnings from the sessions that have happened today?
Could you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah, you can just share, you can stand up and speak. No learnings yet? Or too many? Careers are no longer linear, fantastic. Zigzag? Yes? You want the mic?
So yes, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So I love the session of Sweta ma'am and Bala Chandran sir, how they talk about to be resilient about your work, avoid negativity in our life, because we will face so many people who will be like rude or who will give us negativity in our life, but we have to learn how to deal with them. So I like the session the most of the Sweta ma'am and Bala Chandran sir.
Thank you so much. So
Yeah, thank you.
a key takeaway for all of us is be resilient, avoid negativity.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We just pass on the mic to this side. Yeah. So we have time for 2 more comments and then we will get started.
It is better to be resilient and kind in work, to have a good work-life balance.
Good work-life balance.
And we should have we should expect more learning.
More learnings. Good. Thank you.
That's all.
Anyone else? Last comment and then we'll get started.
Yeah, I would like to share. So hi everyone, my name is Aniket. I'm from a cybersecurity company. I think one learning was trust is gathered in drops, but lost in buckets. I think that was quite profound. Also, the adoption triangle was also quite brilliant, applicable to almost any technology. So those were the 2 learnings.
Thank you, Aniket. That truly is an important takeaway because we have to gather trust in drops and we need to work hard to keep it. So let's get started with the next most exciting event of the day. And to start with, we're not going to do our regular introductions, but we have something special for all of you.
I'm basically an engineer, completed my dual degree engineering from Tamil Nadu. And just like most of the South Indian engineers too, I also Good afternoon, everyone. Lakshman here. Good to connect with all of you through this conclave. I'm basically an engineer.
So this is what happens in almost all important technical presentations.
And just like most of the
Apple
South Indian
or
engineers too,
Microsoft
I also joined an IT company,
IMD.
worked in TCS for 4 years. Everyone.
Got it. Done.
Lakshman here. Good to connect with all of you through this conclave. I'm basically an engineer, completed my dual degree engineering from Tamil Nadu. And just like most of the South Indian engineers too, I also joined an IT company, worked in TCS for 4 years, then started to wonder what to do in life. And like you, I also joined a B school. I did my MBA from IIM Lucknow, 2011. Post that I was predominantly a consultant, worked in PwC and Deloitte. Till 3 years back, I was a director with consulting, solving business problems with the help of data, process and technology. And post that I moved back to the industry, currently I'm heading the Global Automation and Transformation for Science Engineering Services. Apart from this, I enjoy teaching. I'm a visiting faculty with IIM Calcutta, IIM Lucknow, IIM Amritsar, and few other institutes. I'm also a TEDx speaker, and I look forward to an engaging and interactive panel discussion as well as Q&A with all of you. Thank you.
Hi.
Please put your hands together for Mr. Lakshmi Narayan from Automation CN.
I'm Sai Krishnan, a data management, analytics, and digital transformation practitioner with Bajaj Auto. Over the last 21 years, I've worked with companies in manufacturing, banking, logistics, supply chain, business research, and IT-enabled services industries, with a focus on utilizing data to improve business performance. My interests are in improving organizations through high-performance teams and technology acting in tandem. My doctoral research is on the subject of enterprise data valuation to develop data assets within companies and improve their prospects in an increasingly digitized world. I'm looking forward to our interaction today. Thank you.
Please welcome Mr. Sai Krishnan Mohan, VP Bajaj Auto.
I am Sriram and I've got about 18 years of experience spanning academia and industry. I have led AI, IoT and industrial projects at global scale. I have also won a lot of hackathons including Hack Harvard at Harvard University. I have authored about 45 books for reputed publishers including Oxford University Press, Wiley and Taylor and Francis. I have also authored 150 plus research articles. I have a YouTube channel where I teach a lot of technology. I'm also a visiting professor at various schools in the past and I'm teaching business schools as well in various related areas. Thank you very much and I'm looking forward to interacting with you.
Please welcome Mr. Sriram Vasudevan, who will be joining us online.
So you know that we have AI analytics brilliant minds over here on stage as well as online. Now, to moderate this panel, we need a equally or better mind, and who is better than our Professor Shankar Venkatgiri, who chairs the Information Systems area and teaches data science and AI program at IIM Bangalore. Please put your hands together with big round of applause for Professor Shankar Venkatgiri. So to introduce again, so we'll have the panel discussion titled Leadership in the Age of Disruption, Navigating Change with Data Analytics and AI.
This is working. Good afternoon, everyone. Have you had your lunch? Yeah. So what did you guys have for dessert? What was for dessert? No dessert, okay. So I don't have to battle a carbohydrate coma right now. All right, so leadership in the age of disruption by AI, right? So not too long ago, about 25 years ago, people would be asking, okay, what is the next thing that I have to do to find a job in the IT industry? And there would be several of us who would say, learn C++ programming language. If they had learned C language, then C++. So somebody would go and buy a book that says, teach yourself C++, and depending on how much you can afford, 7 days, 21 days, so on. It's usually in multiples of 7, right? Then the C++ era went. So does anyone want to guess what came next? Java. So teach yourself Java in another 21 days. That was the next thing that happened. And then what came? Huh? No, not Python. .NET. Remember the .NET mantra? C#. Oh, yes. So C#, .NET, all kinds of these mantras were there. And then pretty soon, as some of us are saying, it was Python. And then November 30th, 2022 happened. ChatGPT came onto the planet. Now, you don't need to teach yourself ChatGPT in 21 days. You can do that in 21 seconds, yes or no? And what happened to Python after that? What happened to Python after that? You don't need to learn Python anymore. ChatGPT will give you the Python if you ask it to give you the Python in a nice way. Yeah, teach yourself prompt engineering in 21 days. So these are the disruptions that have happened over a period of time. But this time the disruption has been fairly solid to the extent that people are feeling it across the world. A company called Intuit. Have you heard of Intuit? So it laid off 10% of its workforce. Presumably, the reason was that people were moving on to AI. 10% of the workforce is a lot, regardless of how big or how small a company is. So that is on the negative side of things. Could there be a positive side to disruption by AI? So let's, again, take a step backwards and say, about 15 years ago, we all knew how we would ask for a taxi, yes? So we would call somebody up and say, okay, now can you please send a taxi in our direction? And anyone from Bangalore over here? Yeah. So the taxi dispatcher would say, they are there in a place called Silkboard. Do you guys know what Silkboard is? Basically, Silkboard is the one place in Bangalore where you kind of go there and then you get stuck forever. The party goes on. Yes? So you don't know when the taxi is going to materialize at your doorstep and so on. And then came Uber. So now, suddenly there was a huge disruption. What happened to the previous taxi dispatcher guy? Anyone? What happened to the previous guy who was dispatching taxis?
Digitally orphaned.
He or she became a taxi driver, joined the gang. Yes, that was the level of the disruption that had happened. So that sort of a disruption has happened in the world of technology. And we are all surviving, right? It's not as if like, Uber and Ola came and we all are dead. Nothing is going to happen that way. It's the same thing with disruption by AI. Yes, there's plenty of disruption that is happening at the workplace as we speak. We all have heard of all these mantras like Gen AI and so on. Are there positive aspects to it? Are there negative aspects to it? How does the leadership of a company tackle that? And that's the reason why we are talking about this in the presence of the esteemed company of our panelists. So we have met as panelists earlier and we've drawn up a set of questions. And I'm going to be asking the questions and then I'll request each of you in the order. We'll start with Sriram first, typically whenever I ask a question, and then followed by Sai and followed by Lakshmi Narayan. Yes? Will that work? Okay, so let me put my glasses on. There's no AI in this class. Okay, so what are the major challenges faced by leaders in driving transformation using AI? Sriram.
Sir, good afternoon, everybody. I hope I am audible. Am I audible? Can you just confirm?
Just a minute. There are some, it's very likely that we'll have to tone down the volume.
Right.
Hang on a second.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah. Continue, please.
All right. Thank you, sir. That was a great question again. The first and foremost thing that I feel as the problem of leaders with respect to the digital transformation that's happening with AI is the lack of AI talent. It's very difficult these days to get skilled AI professionals. That's one challenge that we are all facing. Second, we are all thinking about automating, moving to AI, getting more AI-fied, where the data quality and the inadequacy with respect to data to train the AI models is another major challenge that we are facing. And definitely to mention the change resistance is there. A resistance to adapt new technologies across teams is definitely a challenge that we will have to face and we are facing. And scalability issues, yes, we have to scale it across the organization. That way, it's not so easy for us. And coming to ethical concerns, developing AI is okay, migrating to AI is okay, but is it ethical? Is it good for us? Ensuring AI implementations being transparent and ethical, and also who owns it, the ownership with respect to the results and implications connected to it is so very important. And last but not the least, there is a lot of challenges that we are facing, we will face with respect to integrating AI with the infrastructure currently we have. Do we have to knock out everything, or we can still use the existing infrastructure in such a way that it's backward compatible? There is a lot of problems that we are going to face in all these areas. So majority, talent, quality of data, resistance, scalability related challenges, the ethics and related concerns, and integration. These, I think, are the major problems that as leaders we would face.
Thank you, Shriram. Sai, challenges faced by leaders in driving transformation.
Yeah, that's a great question. If I look at business leaders that I've interacted with, usually they don't care what is fueling the transformation. They have a clear idea of what transformation they want. So for example, if it's entry into new markets, it's introducing new product lines, it translates into growth in revenue, reduction in cost, improvement in working capital. So they're quite comfortable with those scenarios. But many of them might not really understand what AI is, right? And to the conversation that we were having before this, sometimes I've seen the concepts of automation, analytics, and AI being mixed together. And there is, some people may perceive that, after seeing everything about generative AI in the, what's out there in the media, people may feel, hey, this is like a magic wand. I put whatever question I want, and it gives me whatever we need. But quite often, we feel that our experiences can be self-limiting, because leaders, seasoned business leaders, they come in with tried and tested methods of problem solving. And they feel that they actually know how to work with AI and AI technologies, but it may not be so. So sometimes our experiences can be self-limiting in this space. What we need is an open mind to actually understand what is AI and to solve the right problems with AI. Not, first of all, we have to figure out what problems are really AI problems, and should these class of problems instead be addressed through process re-engineering or some business intelligence, and not really need AI, because AI requires development, it requires time, it requires resources, and it requires talent. And these are things for the long term to translate into competitive advantage. So it's a journey.
Let me drill down on that a little further. Do senior leaders want to spend a lot of money on their teams? If the teams come back and ask, okay, I need 10 lakh rupees. Yes? Do the senior leaders simply say, yeah, I really like you. Here is your 10 lakhs. Next time ask for 15. Is that how it works? Now it doesn't. Now, if you are doing your AI, 10 lakhs is what you will require in case you want to do anything substantive in terms of booking GPU space on the cloud, or even buying GPUs for your company. Certain GPUs these days can cost all the way up to 6 or 7 lakhs per processor. So how does that work when you are also looking at balancing the outflow of money and trying to transform your business? Because if you don't transform your business, you're out. Right? So how do you handle that?
Sure, that's a great question, and money is always hard to come by. So in our case, we do budgeting once a year, and we keep truing that up as the year passes by. And our business cases are very thoroughly scrutinized by our CFO. So what usually happens is that we have to paint a realistic picture of what we are seeking to improve in the business, whether it's growth in revenue, whether it's reduction in cost, improvement in productivity, and what have you. There are various other metrics on improving quality, safety, and so on. And all of these are valued. So as you can imagine, if our financial year starts from April and goes till March, we have to plan in advance how much we are going to spend during the year. And we have to make that ask to finance. And then finance gives us the money. Now, nobody likes it if we overspend during the year. So we have to be very clear on what is it that we want to prove to the organization, which we call a proof of concept, and that what do we want to pilot and how are we going to scale it within the organization. So these are three interrelated but different concepts. So there is either a concept that is unproven in the market or in our context, which we want to prove. There is something we want to do in a limited scale with a limited scope. That's a pilot. And there is something that we know it works in our context and we want to scale out and we want to reap large benefits. So this whole task of figuring out exactly what we want to do, how do we get the right resources, the right technology for it, and the right approach and the right design, and ensure that we've estimated to our best capability is the task for leadership. And getting that right is important because once we've asked for money, it's very hard to go back and ask for more.
Lakshminaran, leadership challenges in the AI era. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So as my previous speaker, Sai and Sriram rightly pointed out, the first important problem that we are seeing is the understanding of AI. Fortunately or unfortunately, there is a lot of buzz in the market about what AI can do. And the usual examples that we all talk about is Amazon, Tesla, how they are using AI. And suddenly looking at all those fancy products that are using AI, we learn from that. And then suddenly the CEOs are excited about it. And then they come back to the company. And most of the company, I mean, I'm talking from my consulting experience, to be honest, not my CEO. So they come back and ask like, hey, Lakshmi, can we do this? Can we do this? Now, the expectation is in a different planet altogether based on what they have seen as AI products in the market and how it can be customized in our own enterprise context. That's a different problem altogether. So as Sai rightly pointed out, making them understand that, okay, AI is this, AI can be built around this. It's a cherry on the cake. First of all, the cake has to be there. The cake itself, that is when I say cake, I'm talking about analytics, the data infrastructure that has to be there. Many organizations which I've worked with do not have the basic necessary data infrastructure for them to play around with AI on top of it. They're interested about AI. CEO wants to have a roadmap for AI and then ask the mid-level managers or the next level VPs and AVPs to implement AI. But when we get across to the VPs and AVPs, they would be giving us the Excel sheet saying that please take this data, tell us what would be the sales forecast for the next quarter. I mean, it's like Excel sheet and AI and 99.99% accuracy which they're expecting will never work out. So basically making them understand what AI is and then contextualizing it for a particular enterprise is one of the big problems that I see from the leadership point of view. So the leaders should, first of all, understand what is AI, number one. Then data infrastructure is the next part, important part. And the third one, as you rightly pointed out, sir, innovation versus optimization. Innovation needs a lot of money and AI is not a mature technology. It is evolving, emerging every day. What we learned yesterday is not relevant today in many cases. And today the problem is companies are not ready to invest so much money for developing new service offerings or trying out something new for even for a POC. So POCs generally take around 2 weeks, 3 weeks and all these aspects. So people are not ready to invest there. So it's all like, okay, I expected this by yesterday. That's how the project start today. So we are all reactive to many situations and we are not proactive in investing and developing some offerings for the market. So all these three are major challenges which I'm seeing in the market, sir, from the leadership point of view.
Thank you very much. Reflecting on something that as Priya had mentioned, I also direct a program on AI and data science and AI. And yesterday I was asking people to run AI code. There is a library called TensorFlow. You probably know that. It's Google's open source library to do AI. And it was my participants' first introduction to running AI on their laptops. And with a GPU, somebody could run the code in 2 minutes. Without a GPU, it took them 12 minutes. So it's a 1:6 difference for even the most basic of applications. and one would not want to wait for 6 times longer for their activities at work to finish. So in the absence of prudent allocation of funds, if all they have to do is to say, you know what, you are stuck with this infrastructure, you work with it, we are not going to be buying that expensive hardware or buying that expensive space on the cloud, it's going to obviously come back. Either they lose competitive advantage in the market or they just, you'll see engineers move out their next best position. So let's go now to the next question. So what are the implications of AI for business strategy and leadership considerations for effective business strategy? Basically, how do strategies change with the advent of AI? Yeah, Sriram?
Yes, sir. So just a point of note here about the amount of investments that go on for AI initiatives. Just in continuation with the last question, but still I'll answer the current question too. GPT-3, the earliest one of GPTs, that required about 16,000 GPUs continuously to be used for 6 months without a break. That is super huge amount of money that is invested. So any of these initiatives definitely need, as you said, sir, GPU is better than CPU, and you cannot get results just like that. It's going to be pretty costly, and leaders have to definitely take a call there. And coming to the current question about implications, the first and foremost aspect of mine would be the agility and the flexibility requirements. AI definitely demands you to have constant updates. The leaders must have the agility to accept and to adapt the strategies that way. So we cannot build a model today and stay with it for lifelong. That may require changes quite frequently. You may have to invest money on that, retrain, fine tune, do whatever you want to make sure that that's up to date and that's useful for the people who are going to use. Second, it's actually like it can definitely provide you competitive advantages provided you have proper updates with the product that you're working on or the model that you're working on, which can enable rapid development of new products and also services. And most importantly, right, the implications with respect to the cross-disciplinary collaboration is required. The leaders definitely need to foster collaboration between not just the AI experts, they need to even go to IT, business, and the ethics department. The focus on ethics should be highly, highly important, and that should be paid more towards the products or the models that we are building. The leaders must ensure that the AI strategies certainly align with ethical standards and societal values. For an instance, we have read a lot of stories about the GPT kind of engines or other engines providing results only with a certain group of people, certain race of people, and it's not giving results when it is, for example, a data set generation. Even the names should all be Western, so there would not be any Indian name, and we think we discussed that day. So that's this kind of alignments to the ethical as well as societal values should also be strongly considered when it comes to implications, I feel. So overall, it's going to be more of agility and flexibility that's required from the leader's perspective as well to drive all these innovations and business strategies with AI. That's my opinions.
So let's ask the remaining speakers to also dwell on the fact that it's a glamorous thing to talk about AI and even start AI in a company. But if you look at strategic decision making, they also look at what is called the bottom line, right? So how do you handle questions about the bottom line when you don't really know what's going to be happening?
Yes, so that bottom line conversation grounds us in reality, right? So a few years back, the business strategy cycles, as I remember them, we would do it for a 5-year term. And we would revisit the business strategy every year. And based on the business strategy, we would prepare an annual operating plan, right? And the annual operating plan would then result in investments being made and what each business or function is going to do and how much they're going to spend and so on. So this is how the world worked until recently. Now I don't find a lot of companies talking about 5-year business plans, business strategy cycles, right? Personally, I'm seeing more 3-year cycles. And those 3-year cycles also seem to be shortening, and where people are saying, hey, you know, itna kaun sochega? As they say in Hindi, right? Or it could, we don't know what's going to happen. The world is too fast. The people talk about VUCA world and whatnot. So as far as strategy is concerned, there are 4 elements that we look at. So we call it anticipate, align, adapt, and act. So this is something that we follow in our company. So anticipation is important for a leader. If you want to set business strategy, we are to know where we want to succeed, what we want to do, and how is that success going to be sustainable. So it's a business conversation. Now, AI and technology could be disruptors. They could also be enablers for us, right? And at each of these four levels, whether we talk about anticipation or alignment or adaptation or acting, right? The anticipation stage for us is to look for more technology disruptions in the market, look for new business models that competitors are coming out with. So in the case of automotive industry, there is automotive industry is also transforming itself into a mobility industry, right? I don't think people have spoken a lot about this shift that's happening. And a lot of business strategies have to be guided by industry level shifts, not by.
Let me hold you down on the automotive industry, given that you are associated with a giant like Bajaj. I've always wanted to look at an AI-driven car for 6 lakhs and under. You can peg me now as to what it is like. Can there be a car for 6 lakhs and under? Yes, there is. But an AI-driven car for 6 lakhs and under, maybe you don't deserve to drive a car that is 6 lakhs and under. But have you looked into innovations for people like me and pay scales below mine? Yeah.
So at Bajaj, our MD says AI is affordable innovation. Okay, so he's not using the word artificial intelligence. So affordable in the context of our market, the domestic India market, although we export to more than 80 countries. You can see with the recent product launches, the focus on CNG, alternate fuels, and there is always an effort for us to make mobility more and more affordable to all the stratas in our society, right? And we.
Can you give us an example?
Yeah. So for us, everyone 18 years and up is a potential customer, right? No matter where they come from or what they do, right? From people who drive auto rickshaws, right? We don't look at what's their level of education, whether they have, whether they have a lot of money or less money or no money at all. So we have to engage with everybody in the society, right? From people showing up with almost no identification, wanting to buy an auto rickshaw and trying to start their livelihood. So our focus is on enabling people even at that level and ensuring that they get a chance at life. And for us, affordable innovation, whether it is driven through artificial intelligence or not, is more important.
So you're looking at an ADAS for auto rickshaws.
So I'll not get into that, but.
Okay. So one thing I would also like to emphasize is that, there's this habit that we used to have 10 years ago of looking to the West for most of our ideas in technology innovation. An ADAS for auto rickshaws, just think of it. ADAS for auto rickshaws or scooters. Would you ever think it will come out of the West? Show of hands. No, because they don't have auto rickshaws. They call it tuk-tuks and they make it only available where there are amusement parks. Whereas for us, that is what actually moves us from one place to another. So we can think of businesses aligning with the context of India a little more. Even though it looks kind of odd that people are looking at the auto rickshaw level rather than at the Tesla level of automotive innovation. Yeah, what do you say to that?
Exactly, and see, when we are in India, we have to do good for India. Ultimately, right? It serves us no purpose by looking at a Tesla model. While it can give us some inspiration on technology and what we should, the excellence, product excellence that we should strive to achieve. But we have to address the people of India. And it is important for us to look at that demography, right? Whether we are looking at commercial vehicle or even if you are looking at commuters, let's say the people who drive the Swiggy and Zomato, I'm sure a lot of us order that here, right? Within campus, given the distances, right? So how do we enable them? And what kind of technologies do we equip them with to ensure that there is a safe riding experience, a seamless connect with the company, and at the top of it all, we leave money in their pocket for them to improve their livelihood. So that's important, right? As technologies come and go, we mustn't lose sight of the fact that we are here to serve people.
Lakshmi Narayan, strategic perspective.
So one thing, going back to what Sai was mentioning, the previous one, like, I mean, this is a question that I usually ask to my students also in the classroom. Business drives technology or technology drives business? And as he rightly pointed out, at the end of the day, the leaders do not look at what technology is actually helping them to solve business problems. Today it is AI, or yesterday it is AI, today it is Gen AI, tomorrow it can be something else. So at the end of the day, there are strategic goals, and we are finding our own ways to use technology, tools, and techniques to ensure that we are achieving the business strategic goal at the end of the day. That's more important. And thinking of AI, of course, we have to invest heavily initially to lay the strong foundation on three perspectives: people, process, and technology. As we always say, from the consulting point of view, it's all about PPT at the end of the day. People, do we have the right skills, right people available in the organization? Many a times it's a problem. At least are we ready to outsource it and get the best talent from the market to deliver the best projects? Yes, but we are reactive to that. So that's a challenge. Process-wise, are we agile? And one important thing, when we think from the strategic point of view, even today, the cost of failure is on the higher side within the organization. That is, I do not allow my teams to experiment and fail, which is one of the important skills or important qualities as an organization we have to develop when we are working on AI side. People should try different models, learn from different models, experiment, explore, and if they fail, it's okay. We have to go take the learnings and move to the next one. This particular quality, organizations are struggling to develop in them. So keeping the goal in mind, we are all running towards achieving the goals, and this experimentation and everything is taking the backside. And that is indirectly forcing us to pick up the easier problems to solve, while the bigger innovation is not happening on the strategic part of things. That's the second part. And are we ready with cross-skilling the whole organization or enabling completely on the AI side? That is also a challenge. That's something I saw it 10 months back when I joined Scient. Today, I can confidently say that my organization, everyone has been certified on Gen AI. At least they know what is Gen AI and how it can be applied in their business. Now, the next level is how can we conduct some challenges, open innovation challenges and other things, and enable bottom-up stuff so that next year's strategy, when we are deciding, we have enough pipeline of opportunities which can help us to think about offering something new to the market or building some innovative models for optimizing the cost on our side. So this year is a crucial foundational layer for a year for us in developing this mindset. So these are places where leaders should ideally invest, and we are investing. And I think this is the way forward to build a strong business strategy next year where AI can fuel the bigger business growth for the organizations.
Okay. So the next question is on, given that this is a management school and people have the charm for management consulting. Now, there are times when I teach quantitative material and then I ask students of mine, how do you interpret the results? And people would be looking at it like, yeah, I can give you what exactly is on the result, but I don't know how to interpret that. Now, the world has invented itself ChatGPT. And I can ask the same question of ChatGPT. And if it comes out with a credible answer, then I don't even need the MBA degree. So now, how do you go about? So I'm being a little facetious out here, but what are your suggestions to the management consultants of the next AI-affected or AI-influenced era? What are your suggestions? Let's begin with Sriram.
Right. That's a very good question. I have got a very experienced consultant right in front, Lakshmi. So I will supersede him with the answer this time. Consultants are mostly, right, their thought process is very traditional in the business process. And they are now forced to learn LLMs. When you talk about ChatGPT or anything of that sort, say take Gemini or anything. So they need to definitely grow their expertise in LLMs to stay relevant. And the clients are increasingly expecting more AI-driven insights and solutions. The first and foremost challenge that they have is the need for the AI expertise. Second, very important problem that I see when I discuss with people, when I work with consultants as well, the need for the data privacy and security related concerns. We need to really look into that aspect as well. LLMs require as we know, access to a large volume of data set. It's humongous amount of data set that's required. And that raises concerns about protecting sensitive data. You are typing something. Am I typing the data which is going to be taken for further training? And will they use the data for training? Is it okay to go? Do we have GDPR coming in picture? Do we have HIPAA coming in picture? All these kind of regulations or privacy laws, this is a definite challenge. But on the other side, the consultants have got superb opportunities waiting in front of them. Like definitely, let me agree to this point. The decision support systems can be easily enhanced. LLMs can help you in analyzing super vast amount of data quickly, and that way decision support systems, building a system much faster can be done, and customized client solutions can be built, and their consultants can easily use the LLMs and ChatGPT kind of solutions. And knowledge sharing, you can scale the knowledge sharing in a much better way. LLMs can assist in codifying and also scaling knowledge within a consulting firm. It's going to be super easy nowadays. The only thing is you have to leverage AI to rapidly generate knowledge bases or white papers or training materials that allows quicker onboarding of employees or clients. So that way, consultants have got new opportunities coming in front of them as a huge opportunity. And there are some things that's going to change as well. The collaboration that they are already working on, the collaborative AI-driven workflows is going to be new for them. Like consultants have to integrate the LLMs into client workshops or meetings to facilitate real-time brainstorming. That way, they can really come into a new way of working, and that actually is a change that they are going to face. And the AI enhanced service model or redefining the client engagement pattern itself is going to be different. Like instead of just offering post project reports, you are giving a post project report. Consultants can now use LLMs to provide ongoing dynamic analysis, which can be like regular updates on market trends, customer sentiment analysis can be done, and that can keep the client informed about the long-term relationships, and they can understand things better. It is a bit of challenge. They are learning. They have to evolve. They have to look into various perspectives. But with some minor changes in the way that they are working on, I think that can become opportunity for them. And I hope people can agree to this point as well. Over to you, sir.
Sai.
Okay, so how many of us in the crowd have read the Management Consulting Journal with a show of hands? Or have you, or how many of us have read any journal related to consulting? Okay, there are a few people. So if you go to the Management Consulting Journal website, it's an open access journal. You'll be able to download previous journal copies. Over the last few months, the conversation in this journal has been focused on this topic of how is AI and particularly large language model going to impact the profession of management consulting. In fact, one of my papers got published in February on the same topic in that journal. So second question to folks, how many of us know that there is an ILO standard for management consulting as a practice? ILO is International Labor Organization. So yeah, so we must look it up. So the ILO standard talks about operating model for management consulting in 5 parts. So there is a entry to the assignment. There is a diagnosis phase. There is an action planning phase. There is an implementation phase. And then there is a closure phase, or what they call a termination phase. So this is how ILO, being a UN body, defines management consulting as a profession and operating model. Now in each of these phases, typically where a consultant would take the pains of connecting with a client, pitching their proposals and then their solutions and trying to start an engagement, AI can help in identifying the potential customer base or potential areas where the client can seek to do, or the consultant can seek to do business, right? So there is a case of, here is a case of a human and AI tag teaming to establish a consulting assignment. In the diagnosis space, while a human being can go in and learn about the client's business, what problems they are trying to solve and so on, a lot of the diagnostic work relating to quantitative analysis can be handled by AI and save the effort of the consultant. From an action planning perspective, the human being could take a look at what AI is offering as different alternatives to a solution. And from an execution perspective, of course, there is an tag teaming that can be done where a lot of the quant work, a lot of the operations monitoring work can be automated and overseen by AI. And the human being has to ensure that all this is being done with heart and with the right context. So this space is evolving. I would encourage those of us interested in management consulting to read the Management Consulting Journal, given its open access. And there are other good journals as well. Right? And it's a great question. It's being discussed over the last few months, and I'm sure the discussions will evolve. Definitely worth looking into.
Yeah.
So with my limited 10 years experience in consulting, one thing that I've noticed is while dealing with LLMs or while dealing with consulting clients, there is one important skill all of us have to have. Are we able to ask the right question? Be it LLM or be it customer? Because the biggest problem in the market today is not about solving the problem, finding the problem first of all. Many of us, the customers are not having the clarity what problem they have. They only talk about the symptoms of the problem. As you rightly mentioned, diagnosis. In the diagnosis phase, first step is we have to clearly keep it black and white. What is the problem? What is the solution? And what is our role in it? Sometimes we go as people to just give a stamp saying that, yes, whatever you're saying is right. Sometimes we have to poke, find out what is the problem, and then give the solution to them. So asking the right questions, that is prompt engineering, has been the biggest skill in the consulting world for a long time. Now it has come to the Gen A space, honestly. So prompt engineering is an important thing, no doubt. Ask the right questions and get the right answers. That's what we learn when we want to get into management consulting also. I believe all of you would be practicing guess estimates and other things. So what is guess estimate? At the end of the day, we want to approach the problem in a structured way, ask the right questions to get the answers, and then finally come to the conclusion. That's something is a very important one. That's the commonality I can find between the consulting and the AI space. And the second thing, when I was in Deloitte as a director, I could notice one important thing. We all started having some kind of a knowledge repository. So if I approach somebody as a consultant, they're not looking at Lakshmi as a consultant who is trying to provide a solution. They're looking at me as a kind of Deloitte or PwC or KPMG consultant who is trying to solve the problem. But do I have all the knowledge of KPMG or Deloitte or PwC when I'm answering the question of the customer? No. I have very limited experience, maybe 10 years, 15 years, whatever I've got, that's the only experience I can use to answer. Now just imagine an AI co-pilot assisting this consultant. When I used to be there, 2011 to 2022, when I was in consulting, it was more like SharePoint repository will be there, knowledge portals will be there, visit, read all the documents, do all the research about the customer, what problems we solved for them earlier in other geographies, what problem we solved, how did we solve it, what is the architecture, everything we have to do, research before walking into the conference room for a meeting with the customer. Now, all I need is a kind of a GPT kind of a solution, GPT on top of my consulting material, my consulting work, whatever that has been done, an intelligent co-pilot, a co-worker, and all I have to do is ask the right questions. If I'm approaching IIM Bangalore for consulting, all I have to ask is, what kind of engagements I have done? So what kind of problems do you think this company, this college might have, as an organization might have? If I start asking these questions, I will get excellent inputs from all the research my research team has done. And that's going to help me to approach the problem in the right way, approach the people in the right way, and get the business that I want or solve the problem that I want. So that's going to be a big advantage for consultants in the new AI world, because the whole unstructured data that is available in the form of research publications, proposals, PPTs, Word documents, every deliverable that was made by a consultant to the customer before is available for analysis, synthesis, and we're able to bring better insights for the customers through that. So I believe that's a big advantage in the AI world, which unfortunately we did not enjoy. It's like 2005 when I joined the IT industry, it was more like what you would have done without Google. That was the question at that point of time, because developers relied on Google to write code. Now the same question comes in like, now the new age consultants will be thinking like, what can you do without AI assistant? Because AI assistant can do wonders here. That's what I feel, sir, on this topic.
That's an excellent thought, in the sense that the expectations have gone up, right? So, there's some sort of a divide between top management and people further down the organization. It's almost like an agency problem. The entire organization obviously wants to be highly profitable, but some of the jobs are going to disappear. And some of the jobs could well be the jobs at the lower levels of the organization, right? So it's one of those existential dilemmas for somebody to say, if I write this piece of programming code, then I will be automating my own job away. So in this circumstance, how do leaders drive the adoption of AI in an organization? Because after this, creating a PowerPoint cannot take 1 week's time. That thing is over the moment you have a co-pilot of some kind or the other telling you, yes, you can crank out a basic PowerPoint template and then after that fill it up and finish it within 1 day rather than taking a week. So how do leaders who are cognizant of this drive the adoption of AI down the organization? Sriram.
Right. We find it a little difficult initially, sir. That's a very good question. The first and foremost approach we all have to dive deeper into is the education and the training sector that we have to rely on. As Lakshmi said, all of them have been certified in GenAI in his company. At least they know the fundamentals and they know what to do, what is it all about. That kind of knowledge sharing has happened and they have enabled that. So that way, we need to provide the AI literacy programs for all employees to reduce the resistance and to avoid the fear. It is a matter of fear, as you said. Am I cutting my own job? So that's a matter of definite fear factor that's adding to all our workplaces, and that should be avoided. AI can supplement you, AI can help you out, AI can complement you in all your work. That's the kind of trust factor that we need to bring into picture, though it is a little tough at the current scenario point. So we need to definitely go ahead. We cannot avoid that. And we have to start small. We cannot really go ahead and do piloting in the large scale when you take companies of our order. So we need to start with small, impactful AI projects to really demonstrate the value before you scale it up further. So right away in day one, we cannot think of scaling, and that way also we are scaling employees. So just to avoid that, and just to get people into the movement, you need to start small, prove them the value, make them feel that yes, this is going to be our thing. This is going to be the best thing that I can take and move forward. And needless to say, cultural alignment is something that we definitely need to foster, and we need to go ahead and create a culture that has to embrace this innovation and technological advancement. We cannot say no. Earlier, when computers came in, I'm sure you would have seen that. You are much senior to all of us. When computers came in, we all felt very bad about it, and there were a lot of sayings that it's going to take away jobs. But then it became part of our jobs. Now AI is that way, and we need to embrace, and the cultural alignment has to happen in such a way that it's going to be part of us. And even we can incentivize people. So if employees are using AI, and if they are producing better results, we can offer incentives and recognitions to the teams which have successfully integrated AI into the workflows. And most importantly, a collaborative system and the collaborative setup across different departments is going to be very, very helpful. And one final thing, which is even more important above all these, is the clear vision and the roadmap for the organization. If the organization and the top leadership does not have any clear vision or roadmap, all these points, whatever I said, will not be fulfilled, will not give any meaning. And I'm sure this is accepted. So we need to set clear AI adoption goals as well as align them with the objectives and the strategic goals of the company. That way, we can address the key challenges, the threat, the fear, all those things around the AI adoption, and the leaders can definitely take it in a smooth way into the organization, into the even the lowest level of employees they can get to use AI.
So I can see that I liked your idea of leadership kind of taking the standard change management principles.
Sure.
Change management principles have been there each and every time a technology wave came and hit us. And it just has to be moderated by the fact that this time the change management is to manage changes brought about by AI. Sai?
So one of the most important leadership tasks is to ensure that the disruption created by AI, which is the role disruption, does not result in employment loss. That is the challenge. And it is much easier to debate about it and much harder to execute. The challenge here is...
Do you have any ideas?
Yeah, see, I think we have a lot of young audience here today, right? So few years back or even now, let's say data science or computer engineering or IT was at least the most preferred branch in engineering. I can recall for a few years it was, right? People used to say mechanical, no, I'm not going there. Civil engineering, no. Chemical engineering, no. Geospatial or aeronautics, certainly not, right? Those were the kind of things at least I used to hear. How many of us have heard things like this or think like this? Some of us. So now what's happening is these core disciplines are assuming a lot of importance because AI and knowledge of analytics is being democratized. Institutes like IMB are doing a great job, and there are many, many other agencies which are bringing the knowledge of analytics to the masses and AI to the fingertips of people. When all this happens, the expertise in core disciplines becomes important. Now, in our company, we value a very good mechanical engineer who can use data science to improve the prospects of the company through mechanical engineering. For example, a person who can reduce seam welding defect errors from 2% to 0%, that is requires a human, requires AI. Now, what does this mean for someone who says that I want to be a general purpose data scientist? I will work on any problem statement, domain agnostic for how many ever years, and I'll go from one problem to another problem, and then I expect growth in that company, to some leadership level. There, I think those dreams might take a bit of a hit because what's becoming more important is deep domain understanding. We need to know what we are changing within the company and even within the industry as we seek to solve these kind of problems. And people in the core roles have to be exposed to data science, and data science becomes a tool that they use on the job, you see. And what we think are jobs that could be repeated, those are going out anyway. With automation, a lot went out. Now even slightly higher order thinking jobs or roles are target for AI, right? So it means that we need to up our game in terms of value addition to the organization, and this is a challenge for us to be more creative.
Sure, sir. So just one quick point I would like to make is any organization, any leader would like to look for X to 10X growth with the help of AI, with the help of all these technologies. But when you're talking about X to 10X growth, the business strategy, obviously there'll be a kind of insecurity that's going to come to the employees like, boss, will I be part of this game plan? If I don't upskill, if I don't cross skill, that's a big fear that is there. So this is something which we realized when I joined this particular company as a transformation leader also, I realized the same thing. So we changed our message in our change management, the road shows and clinics that we are organizing. We just changed the game like, boss, we want 10X growth with 2X employees. We're not talking about achieving X revenue or Y revenue at 0.8X. So it's not about reducing the people. It's not about hiring more people to achieve 10X growth. When we changed that message, we could see a positive response. And then we told them like, would you like to be part of this game in this roadmap? This is the kind of new roles that are coming in. Are you interested? These are the kind of areas where we are focused on in our town halls and all these areas. We conveyed this consistently that encouraging, as you rightly mentioned, how are you going to learn these new skills? We are partnered with colleges, the IIITs and everything to ensure that people who are keen, mechanical, electrical engineers, everyone can pick this up as a complementary skill. Like how Excel, we used to train everyone. Everyone uses Excel in the office today. Same way they have to use AI data science going forward. That's the kind of a complementary skill every engineer should have so that they feel secure and their job is assured. But they have to, of course, carrot and stick approach always works when it comes to change management. So that's the way we are also transforming it, sir, without the fear of losing a job. That's how we are driving it, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So we've come to the end of the panel discussion. So there are a few questions that we can.
The question is for all the panelists. At the beginning of the panel discussion, you had mentioned about the ethical concerns of implementing AI. So could you shed a little bit more light on what kind of concerns? Is it related to compliance? Because there's already an an ISO standard for AI implementation. We just wanted to know the management's perspective on that.
Okay, Sriram, would you like to take that?
Yeah, I can quickly touch upon that. Then can you take it up with me? Are we in sync?
Done.
Perfect. Right. The first and foremost point that we need to understand about ensuring the ethics and bias-free AI implementations. For that matter, I need to add that as well. We need to ensure diverse teams. We need to get the diverse perspectives in AI development teams, and that definitely helps preventing bias. For example, I am building an application that is AI-oriented application. I cannot just consider Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, or Kerala. I need to consider in a holistic way where we cover all the users across the world, whoever is going to use. Because whatever is right to me may not be right for other person from other areas. So definitely we need to have diverse teams to ensure ethics as the major point, and bias-free AI implementation as the major focus. For an instance, Microsoft, right, in 2020, they emphasized the super importance of diverse teams by including, they've got the data scientists, the ethics specialists, the social scientists, everything, everybody in different domains, all of them came together to build their projects. So, and another part of it where we can really go ahead and get deeper into it without hitting the bias, without affecting the ethics part of it, is to go with regular audits. Google does it very frequently. They conduct internal and external audit, like in Project Maven. If you are free, you can probably check it out later, where they have used the model cards kind of stuff to track the performance across demography. So they have taken different demography, they have seen how the performance is, so that way they can understand. And coming to my own company, Intel, we are so very concerned about the ethics and the bias related to the AI products, and we have got 2022 corporate responsibility report itself. 2 years back itself, we highlighted that 100% of our AI products will include fairness testing by 2025, reflecting super strong commitment to bias-free AI system. So it has to come from the top. It has to be penetrating to end of it, and we need to look into different aspects to ensure that AI is for social good. AI comes without bias. AI is for all good. So AI for everybody. AI everywhere is our target. That will come through this approach. Lakshmi, over to you.
Yes. So as Sriram rightly pointed out, first step is defining the ethical principles very clearly. What is ethics and AI of AI in your context? Define that very clearly. Define the guiding principles very clearly, and have a clear-cut policy of what data you're going to use, what data you're not going to use. When I say ethics, I will also include the privacy and other elements also slowly, so that I'm building the right models and I'm testing the right models. And importantly, is that policy clearly implemented on ground or not? Because a lot of companies are keeping it as policy but not doing it. In our own company, we are consciously ensuring we're identifying the data points that are going to be used, which source systems are going to be used, and take the consent of the people when we are using the data internally. So these are few basic thumb rules that we have to follow, definitely. Of course, there are a lot of guiding principles in the market. Every company is issuing it. It's good to go through that. Yeah.
So I'll add a couple more points. So I agree with what my co-panelists said. We must ensure that we are picking good problem statements. So for example, if we pick a problem of, let's say, AI in recruitment, and there were some let's say case studies or events out there where AI was apparently discriminating candidates based on race or even based on their background. So that's published and it's out there, right? Those are the kind of problem statements one must try to avoid with AI, at least until the space matures. And inclusion and diversity is spoken of in the organizations. It also applies to analytics and AI. So inclusion means understanding where are our data sources coming from. So if we use a corpus of data that is predominantly Caucasian, Europe-based or US-based, we introduce elements of those cultures. If we are truly inclusive, we must also introduce elements of our local culture to cater to the local population. So for example, how many of us know there is something called Kannada Lama? Right, it's based on Llama 2. So there is a Cultura X data set, and these are the evolutions that we must look at, right? So try to build solutions for the local population based on local cultural context and data. Then when you look at diversity, right? So I think there was a mention of diverse data sources. There is also something known as algorithmic diversity that you should learn. So algorithmic diversity means look for different approaches to solving a problem, right? Try to implement those approaches and see what the trade-offs are, right? Sometimes we have to evaluate the trade-offs in terms of fairness also, along with the other, let's say, financial or the overall business benefit parameters that we are looking at. So yeah, it's a very evolving topic, and it's an interesting space. But look at these tenets of fairness, inclusion, diversity.
Thank you for bringing inclusion in. I have to jump in, even though I'm not a panelist. I ran an experiment very recently with ChatGPT. I said, because I teach statistics to some people, I said, generate 10 random names and 10 random numbers against their names. And this was ChatGPT, and it came up with a Charles this and Jessica that, etc. So all 10 names were beautifully Western. There was no Kumaresh Singh. So I was like, okay, man, you're expressing your bias so beautifully. Okay, this is ChatGPT, mind you. And then I went over to Gemini, which is the Google offering. And it came out with X1Z and 14B and so on. And I said, I didn't ask for Elon Musk's children's names. So all of a sudden you realize that, okay, they have their biases, but if it becomes critical, such as healthcare, the bias sometimes has to take note of the fact that we Indians are a separate lot when it comes to healthcare. Our own diseases are different from the diseases of the rest of the world. So in which case, we shouldn't really rely on what is available in public domain. We should actually start specializing it to our context. There's plenty of work in AI for those who will take cognizance of the fact that, yeah, I can productize something for the Indian markets. And I'm glad you brought inclusion up as well. And this is the way we bring inclusion in, and that is more ethical. Yep.
Sorry, we'll have to wrap it up due to lack of time.
Sure. We're out of time.
So thank you very much to Professor Shankar and the panelists, Mr. Sai Krishnan Mohan, Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan, and Mr. Sriram Vasudevan. They shared a lot of insights with us, and we are truly grateful to them for that. And to express our gratitude, we'd like to felicitate them with a token of appreciation.
I mean, make an announcement for Sriram. His memento is on.
Yeah.
Well, Sriram, your memento is going to be on today.
Thank you, sir. Honored.
Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have a 5-minute break or something?
No, we are running behind anyway. Please.
Thank you all.
Guys, please remain seated as we move forward to the last event of the day, but by surely no means the least. I'm sure after an invigorating session about AI, which is going to affect all our futures, you'd want to see how AI will, you can lead in the face of the AI revolution. To help us with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Anilesh Sheth. Dr. Sheth is a global executive with a remarkable track record in building, scaling, and optimizing global capability centers, which he has done for companies such as Anthem, SuperValue, the LG Group, and JCPenney. Today, he will share his insights on the topic, understanding the global capability centers. What does it take to lead one? So with a loud round of applause, please welcome Dr. Anilesh Sheth to the stage.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
PPT. PPT now.
Is a PPT. No, I emailed it.
ಅದನ್ನಂತೀರಾ ಅದನ್ನಂತೀರಾ
ಟೋಟಲ್ 2 ಇದೆ ಹೌದಾ?
ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಿನಿಮೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದೆ.
ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ PPT.
This one.
No, it's not there. You want me to email it?
Mail this one.
This one.
It doesn't look like the PPT is loaded up.
It's on the mailbox. Can you open it?
It's there.
This one.
Yes.
Open. I just said.
Perfect.
It's the same, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Thank you.
Sound ಇದೆ.
We're also doing live streaming on YouTube.
Am I audible? Can everybody hear me? Awesome. So good evening, everyone, and pleasure to be here. It's not always the best session, which is the last one, because you can already see that people have been a little tired from the proceedings of the day. I'm going to talk about something that is very topical. You would have seen this coming up in the press, LinkedIn. Everyone is talking about this juggernaut called the Global Capability Centers. And what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to explain to you what that's all about and what does it take to lead one. At the end of the day, today's session is all about future leaders, right? It's all about leadership. And that's where I'm going to really tie this up together. So let's begin by first talking about what are GCCs. A Global Capability Center, or a GCC, is a business unit that is owned and provides services only to the parent organization. It's owned by the parent organization and provides services only to them. This is unlike a TCS, unlike a Wipro, unlike a Cognizant, unlike an Infosys, where services are provided to several customers. Here, this is an owned subsidiary that does work only for the parent company. And therefore, it's important to understand that it is effectively running as a cost center. It doesn't have a profitability motive. There is a need to show some profits there. That's thanks to something called transfer pricing. Income tax authorities require that. So there is a profit margin that is added. But at the end of the day, it does not drive a revenue objective as such. That is what a Global Capability Center is. There are examples of them. Siemens has one. Anthem has one. That's the one that I had set up. Fidelity has one. Target has one. Lowe's has one. JP Morgan has one. So many of these are already out there. In fact, today there are over 1,700 such centers in the country. Now, the question that comes up is, India is this powerhouse of outsourcing. Why then are companies setting up these global capability centers? Which means they're doing work themselves rather than giving it to a TCS or a Wipro or an Infosys. What's really going on here? Before I answer that question, just take a quick look at this chart. This is going to show you how the global capability centers have really grown rapidly. We'll go back to 1985. That's when everyone talks about Texas Instruments was set up in India, and that is when the real global capability centers, etc., started up. So let's take that as a starting point. After that, fast forward a few years, and you're going to find that you have several others coming in, including General Electric. Now, when GE comes into the market and does something, everybody sits up and takes notice. Aha, GE is doing it. There must be something right. Again, fast forward, and you're going to come all the way to 2010, where you have approximately 750 of these happening. The Lehman crisis hit around the 2008-2009 timeframe, and several of these global capability centers were actually sold off, including one that I ran. But post 2010 till today, we now have 1,700 global capability centers set up in India in different parts of the country. And the projection is this is going to grow very, very significantly. We are talking about a projection of about 2,200, 2,100 by the year 2030. Significant impact as far as India's software exports is concerned and as far as India's employment is concerned. India, as you know, has a country-specific advantage. When it comes to the two dimensions of cost and talent availability, India stands number one in the world. We have the largest English-speaking manpower talent pool in the world. And that's our differentiator, that's a competitive advantage, which is why the outsourcing industry grew so aggressively in the first place. Let's talk about what is driving this GCC growth today. And I think that's very important to understand. Historically, when you look at India, we've seen that export incentives provided by the government and increasingly improving connectivity has fueled the growth of the outsourcing industry. Great talent, that's our country-specific advantage. Add to this the export incentives, add to this enhanced connectivity, and voila, you have outsourcing growing leaps and bounds. What has happened that has caused a lot of that offshoring to turn into in-house work or internalization, as they call it? One thing that has happened is that the core of the business has undergone a change. Finance has become fintech, healthcare has become health tech, education has become education tech. You name it and you add one tech to it. What does that mean? It's just not a fancy word. It means that the core of the business has undergone a change. You are now deploying technology to be responsive to consumers. You're now deploying technology to be able to configure new products and services for consumers. And since this has now become core to you, you're asking the question, should I outsource or should I do it myself? Now, make no mistake, this has driven the whole GCC juggernaut. But make no mistake, that doesn't mean that the outsourcing companies are going to face a real problem in terms of growth. It means some priorities are going to shift. In the recent past, for those of you who might have been reading the newspapers, there's been this big debate that's been going on, where I think that in the Times of India, the question that was being asked is, are the GCCs cannibalizing the outsourcing industry's business? And there's this big debate that took place. Infosys CEO Salil Parekh jumped into that, and there was a lot of press that went around it. Interesting times that we are living in. I'm not going to comment on that aspect of it. That's a very interesting conversation, but not part of today's scope. Now, let's come back to the whole GCC's part of it. I said the core of the business has undergone a change. So when a company sets up its own capability center in India and it's also called a captive, as its own subsidiary, as its own center, it's setting up what we call capabilities for itself. On the one hand, when you set up your own center, and this has been established, you'll find that talent tends to stay with the GCC more than it does with a third-party outsourcing company. If you look at attrition rates, GCCs have lower attrition rates. So it looks like employees are preferring to stay with the GCC as compared to a third-party outsourcing organization. I'm sure those global vendors will dispute this part of it. Nevertheless, this is something that I have experienced myself in all the GCCs that I've led so far. Now, once you have your own team in place, data protection, IP protection, data security, all of these are now within your control, which means now that the definition of core has undergone a change for you, it means that what you can do offshore at an arm's length is just a geographical length. It's your own team. Now you can do a lot more. You can develop what we call firm-specific capabilities. You can develop a lot of new products, new services. You can create a center for digital transformation, for example. You can create a hub for innovation. You can start engaging with startups in the entire ecosystem. So there's so much more that you can do. There's so much more value that you can add for the parent organization out of this capability center. You can develop something called, you'll see this on the slide, called ambidexterity. Ambidexterity means you can work with your left hand, and it means you can work in your right hand. And in this context, it means you can do business as usual through your own subsidiary. It means that you can do it better, faster, but you can still do business as usual. It also means that you can set up innovation centers and do new things. So on the one hand, you can be exploitative in your business. On the other hand, you can be explorative to do new things for the parent organization. All of this, when you combine it together, we call this a fantastic value bundle that you get out of your global capability center. It's also called a value fascicle, but that's more of a technical term. It's a value bundle that you're getting. And this in turn is helping you drive competitive advantage in the world. So we are not talking about using outsourcing as a low cost thing. Sure, the cost helps, but the reality is you're building capabilities that are going to determine your competitive position in the world outside. I'm going to give you an example here. United Health Technologies, which is a healthcare insurance company, they are a payer company. They set up a GCC in India in 2006 approximately. I think that's when they set it up. Their competitor, Anthem, by the way, Anthem's name has changed to Elevance. They decided to set it up in 2017. That's when I became a part of it. And they realized that, 2006, our competitor, and that company is larger than Anthem, right, had set it up in 2006, and they had to catch up fast. So there's a competitive pressure that is also coming on organizations saying, my neighbor or my competitor has set it up, you know what, I need to do the same. And this is happening in retail. This is happening in every sector that we can really think of. So it's now become a competitive necessity. As an example of this value fascicle that we are talking about, here is a list of some of the things that GCCs are doing out of India today. A lot of this you know already. They do product development and innovation. Microsoft is developing so many products here. Schlumberger, which does oil exploration, gas exploration, works with proprietary algorithms. And a lot of the work is being done here. It's unlikely that they're going to take up a piece of that work and give it to a third-party outsourcing company because you've got an IP issue out here. You've got a security issue out here. You've got a confidentiality issue out here. But guess what? This whole mechanism of being able to set up your own subsidiary and to do the work from India has transformed your ability to bring talent to the table at a lower cost and develop some of these, what I'm calling firm-specific capabilities. Goldman Sachs has been developing proprietary algorithms here. From an analytics and AI perspective, in the last session that I was listening to out here was all about AI. Take a look at what some of the things are happening. Carelon, which by the way is a new name for Anthem subsidiary, is doing claims processing. A lot of it, they have been experimenting and dabbling with the whole area of artificial intelligence there. Walmart is optimizing supply chain and customer experience. These are some examples. When you look at digital transformation and automation, several organizations have been doing work with RPA. And when you take a look at somebody like HSBC, they're doing a fair amount of chatbots and biometrics development here out of India. Cybersecurity and cloud computing is another big area which is being looked at. A company like MasterCard is doing cloud-based fraud prevention sitting out of India. A lot of the work is being done from India. And finally, many of these have set up their own startup engagement programs. They've set up their own accelerators. They're tapping into the startup ecosystem of the country to get access to fresh ideas and fresh talent. So all of these come together to show that a global capability center is not a replacement of a third-party organization. It's doing things core to the company and therefore is now increasingly becoming a competitive necessity. It's important to take a look at how we establish a GCC. The title of my topic today is the leadership traits required to lead a GCC. And before we do that, let's take a look at what this establishment framework is all about, because this will highlight some of the possible challenges and areas that require focus and will in turn lead us to define what are the traits of a potential leader. To begin with, a company has to look at its business drivers. Why am I setting up a GCC in India? What are the firm-specific capabilities that I am likely to be developing? Am I looking at innovation? Am I looking at just lowering cost? Am I looking at things like setting up a whole center in the area of digital transformation, and so on and so forth? They have to be very, very clear about the business drivers. And once they're clear about what those business drivers are, you need a central mandate to take this forward. This has to be something that is driven from the very top. The CEO typically will say, hey, you know what, this makes sense for us. This is not a tactical thing that we are doing. We're not doing something just to develop a piece of code. We're not doing something just to reduce a little bit of cost. This is a competitive necessity for us, and therefore it's a company strategy, not a departmental tactic. So you need central mandate driving this across the company. And it's a huge change for the company. Why is it a huge change? It's a huge change because historically, many of these companies have been doing work by outsourcing the work to a third-party global vendor. You take a piece of work and say, hey, you know what, TCS, Cognizant, Wipro, whoever it might be, saying, I'm giving you this work, I'm throwing it over the fence, please do it and give it back to me. And they'll do a pretty good job. Let's say they don't do such a great job. What are you going to do? You're going to blame the vendor. What you might else do, you might change the vendor. When you set up your own team, you have no vendor to blame. It's your own team. It's sitting 10,000 miles away in a different time zone, but it's your own team. It's your job to make sure that gets delivered. That's a huge change. It's another change because now you could tell the vendor, give me a call at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. And for the poor vendor, it's in the middle of the night. Here, it's your own team that's sitting in India. And now you have to manage time zones. It's a huge change. You're doing things differently, you're accountable. Therefore, it's not easy to do. Hence, it requires a central mandate. Now, once we have that central mandate, we need what is mentioned there as a coalition of supportive leaders. What do I mean by a coalition of supportive leaders? Keep in mind, we're now setting up a subsidiary, a completely new entity, maybe a private limited company, maybe a limited liability partnership, and there are choices of what you can set up here in India. And you have to set it up in a country, this company has to set up in a country 10,000 miles away. You need legal, you need treasury, you need finance, you need accounting, you need HR policies, you need recruitment, you need real estate, you need cybersecurity, you need all of those pieces coming into place. So you need the leaders of the parent organization making sure that they are involved in driving those pieces for the new subsidiary in a country they may never have visited also. So getting the support of those leaders is absolutely crucial. Then you need the support of those businesses that have decided to go ahead and set up their teams in India. So you need both of them to come forward and say, you know what, we're going to do this. In parallel, you need to find the right GCC leader in India. The GCC leader in India, and we'll talk about what could be the best traits for such a person, the GCC leader in India will work with this coalition of leaders to develop what we're calling an operating model, a collaborative operating model. What do I mean by an operating model here? I simply mean, how is the work going to be identified to be sent to the global capability center? What is going to go to a vendor? What is going to come in-house? What is the process for that? How will the reporting relationships work? How will the teams align with the parent organization? How will governance take place? How are we going to look at metrics and so on and so forth? All of that is the operating model. And once that is in place, and you never get it right the first time, Once that is in place, then you start seeing the value that is being generated, and then you start iterating over a period of time. That's really what it takes to set up a GCC. Let's talk about some landmines here. What could be some possible landmines in setting up a GCC? Some of them I've already spoken about. Let's talk about the very first one, legacy of vendor affinity. Now, let's say historically, this company has been used to sending lots of work to a vendor. Now, keep in mind these vendors, and these are huge vendors. TCS has, I don't know what, 600,000, something like that, employees, offices worldwide. Infosys has offices worldwide, hundreds and thousands of employees. Cognizant has the same. Wipro has the same, and so on and so forth. Now, all of them have sales offices and relationship offices in different parts of various countries. And guess what? They have one sitting right outside the door of the parent company. They continue to knock on the doors of the parent company saying, you know what, you've decided to take this piece of work and set up your own global capability center. I could have done it better for you. I could have done it cheaper for you. I could have done it faster for you. And by the way, let's go and play golf. This is a reality. You are competing against the salesperson that is sitting out there very close to the people who are taking decisions. So there is a legacy of vendor affinity that you have to deal with. Second, inherent immutability. You're all management students. It simply means resistance to change in plain and simple English. Why does resistance to change happen? You know, I was talking to a friend of mine, I remember, and he's my age, he's 60 plus. He is the CIO of a very large organization in the United States. And I was talking to him, I said, hey, you know what? You guys haven't set up a global capability center. Yeah? Let's do something. It's fun. Let's go ahead and do it. What was his answer? I said, Anilesh, I'm 60 plus. Every weekend I go and I play golf. Why are you disturbing my life? I'm enjoying myself. No, suddenly you want me to go and set up a whole different company in a different place. I don't want to do that. Just let me be. Resistance to change can take different dimensions. Some people fear the loss of their jobs. Sure, as the Indian Global Capability Center develops and you start adding more and more headcount, it's likely to be at the expense of headcount in the parent organization. Then what do you do? So there is a resistance to change and you have to deal with that. Sometimes there's fear of a political or a public backlash. What does that mean? Sometimes a company will say, you know what, the political situation is not good for me to offshore work to India because people will say that I'm sending jobs to India. That could be another reason. A fourth landmine, headquarter knows best. I'm setting up a subsidiary in India. I'll tell you how to run it. I'll tell you how to govern it. I'll tell you exactly how to do what policies to put into place. I'll give you all the templates. I'll give you all the tools. I'm going to dictate everything that you do. So headquarter knows best syndrome. Headquarter reporting level. The person who's heading the GCC in India may be reporting to a very junior person in the United States or in Europe, wherever the parent company is lying, which means you really don't have a voice. You don't have a seat at the table. Poor expectations management. We are setting up a new subsidiary. We haven't done a good job of that. It may be a person-dependent strategy. Somebody in the US or in Europe says, you know what, let's do it. That person retires and goes away, and there's nobody left to own the entire thing. And finally, it's something that I call the chronochasm. I think I've already mentioned this. Basically, the time zone difference that takes place, which creates resistance in the minds of people. So this is what somebody who's setting up a GCC or running a GCC in India has to deal with. So, therefore, what does it take to lead a GCC? Let's talk about that a little bit. This is not a revenue-driven objective, as I mentioned already. So you're not accountable from the perspective of saying the profits, the revenue of the organization have gone up. So that piece is not there. So if that is what is exciting you, this is not the job for you. However, this job has other challenges. You're developing capabilities, you're developing a competitiveness for the parent organization in India through the GCC. And therefore, what are the traits that are important to build? First and foremost, ambidexterity. I already mentioned this as to what ambidexterity means. It means the ability to think of the present and of the future, and for developing things for the future at the same time. That is what ambidexterity is. You have to be entrepreneurial. You're effectively setting up a new entity thousands of miles away. You have to be entrepreneurial. And once that is set up, you have to be continuously think about ways in which you're going to add more and more value to the parent organization. You need to have the ability to deal with ambiguity. Notice over here in this list of traits, I've not put down what you might normally expect from a job description. In a job description, you might say, should have managed a team of 5,000 people for the past 5 years, should have had an experience of 30 years, should have, an MBA degree, this, blah, blah, blah. I'm just keeping away from all of that. Ability to deal with ambiguity. Ability to manage multiple headquarters stakeholders from afar. In India, you are the head of the company. You are the GCC leader. You are accountable for anything that could go wrong, ranging from somebody dying on the workplace to an accident that takes place to a compliance issue not happening. You're all a part of that. But at the same time, you've got the stakeholders in the parent organizations. One's from treasury, the other is from legal, third is from procurement, fourth is from talent. And you're managing multiple stakeholders and you're not even sitting there. It's from afar. And that's okay. It's in a different time zone, which is also okay. But keep in mind, the cultures are also different. You need to have the adeptness in managing, working with global IT vendors. Setting up a global capability center doesn't mean that the vendors go away. It simply means that there's a partnership maybe in a different form. It simply means there's a portfolio work that needs to be done. And from time to time, you might be shuffling that portfolio to determine what is important to you today and therefore needs to be done in-house and what can be outsourced. You need to be comfortable in working with global cultures and working with different time zones. We've spoken about this already. You need to be collaborative. You're working with so many different stakeholders in different parts of the world. You need to be collaborative. Your GCC in India might even be responsible for managing another GCC in Poland. It might be responsible for managing another GCC in Philippines, because GCCs are now set up all over the world. Of course, India has the lion's share. You have to be collaborative, but not a yes person, not an order taker, not somebody who says, when somebody says, hey, you know what, I need you to do something, you don't even question anything. You say, yeah, I'll do it, don't worry. You are an equal stakeholder in the progress and you have the ability to ask the question or give suggestions, say, I think we could do it better this way. You need to be comfortable working with matrix structures. Different people report into different people all over the globe. You need to be comfortable leading without authority. Many times a GCC leader has very limited abilities to sanction budgets. They get sanctioned from the headquarters. Yeah, you're part of building the business plan and the budgets and everything. But you know what? When it comes to real estate, there's actually someone who owns real estate in the US. When it comes to hiring people, there's somebody who owns that piece in the United States, if that's the way the parent company is. If there's a legal issue, there's somebody else who takes care of it. If you need to go into social media, you might have to take permission from somebody in corporate communications who's sitting in the parent company. So you have to find a way to lead without authority. And not everybody is very happy doing it. So the general notion is, you know what? I am the GCC leader out here. Everybody reports into me. I have all the authority. Doesn't work that way. You have to be ambassadorial. You are the brand custodian of the parent company in India. And finally, you have to be values driven. You have to inspire trust in the stakeholders who are sitting so far away. So this is the list that I drew up for the traits in case any one of you decides that you want to pursue this path of becoming a GCC leader. This, by the way, is becoming a very interesting option. More and more people are taking that. If there are 7,100 GCs in the country today, that means I guess there are 7,100 leaders. And if this number is going to go up to 2,000, 2,100, I guess there are another 400, 500 happening. And by the time you guys reach that point, there's going to be a lot more that's going to be happening out there. So that was all I had to share with you today. I think I'm a little before time. Absolutely. Yeah, if you can help with the mic, please. And I think there was somebody there as well.
Thank you very much, sir, for your talk on GCCs. Given my experiences with various GCCs, I would like to ask you a question on GCC leadership traits. In my previous roles with GCCs, I've seen a lot of organizational tension and politics in setting up a GCC, and it was not easy. I mean, even if we think there is alignment, actually there seem to be so many roadblocks and derailers that come in at every stage. And what the derailers could be anything from, what type of work to be done, to what kind of technology to use, to what are the operating models, modalities, and so on. Given all this, it seems that political capital is one of the major requirements for a GCC leader. What advice would you give for somebody who wants to set up a GCC on how they should accumulate that, or should they be thinking about having the right support within the organization?
It's a fantastic question. And when you talk about the politics of the situation, you're absolutely correct. And I'm going to actually take one thing from what you said, and in a future slide, I'm going to put that word political out here. I haven't mentioned it, although we are talking about things like, you're managing in a matrix structure, you have to manage stakeholders from afar, all of those are challenges. But I'm going to start using that word political in my list as well. But coming back to the question that you asked, how do you handle it? It's not easy, especially when you're sitting afar, right? And the way to do that is, how do you solve a problem? When there are 5 people faced with, how do you solve a problem or a situation? You try to get people to take ownership of it and become a part of the solution, that rather than stay a part of the problem. And when I set up Legato here, and I did this as a one-man show, as an individual consultant, then they made me become an employee, and that's how we did it. And I faced each and every one of the things that you said. Some of the things that worked for me was, if I'm facing a problem in a particular area, I would do my best to travel as much as possible to the parent company. B, invite them to come over to India. When they come over to India and see the realities on the ground, it usually is a big eye opener if they have never been there before. Involve them in hiring the leaders of their own team, so that when something doesn't work right, they don't come down and point a finger at you. They are of course, you have to help them solve the problem, but they are already a part of the solution because the ownership is already there. You have to find these ways in which you're sharing ownership. That's the collaborative part of what I was talking about there earlier. And there are various mechanisms in which you do it. We do things called change management workshops, which are required. In the previous panel also, there was a lot of conversation around change management. So change management is absolutely critical. And this becomes a key part of one of the strategies that is deployed to do this. Aside from that, I'd say, when you're faced with a political situation, this is going to sound like very generic advice, but you're there for a purpose. You have to find a way out of it. And there will be anxious and tense moments. All that will happen. Enjoy it. You're setting up something new for a parent company. Have fun doing it. It's one of the most rewarding things that you would ever do. It's fun. That tension should be a positive energy that comes, rather than something that bogs you down. And that's the way I would say it. And if you have anything to share, more than happy to hear. More than welcome, sure.
Good
Yes,
evening,
please.
sir. Thank you for the insightful session. So my question is on the leadership challenges. I have worked for a GCC, and then the challenge now, what I saw in on my previous organization is that there are increasingly outsourcing companies in Europe, which are also coming, and they are also fighting for the same projects like us in the GCC. And sometimes the companies prefer those companies. For example, Umlaut, Accordis. These are some of the companies that work from Germany. So as a GCC leader, how do you handle it? The second question also I want to ask is, sometimes what GCC does in India is that they also outsource it to the outsourcing company. Once they get the project, they just give it to the outsourcing company here. What the parent company can do is just simply cut out the middleman and directly work with the outsourcing company, which is something as I've also worked in an outsourcing company, and before that, it's something which I also observed. So how do you handle such scenarios?
Fantastic question. Again, no simple answer to this. And every situation is different. So let me put that caveat right up front. And what I'm going to tell you is going to sound very simplistic, but it's absolutely at the core of what you're saying. First and foremost, there could be a problem with the way the whole thing was designed in the first place. When you designed the whole GCC, the why, did you have a central mandate? Did you have the coalition of supportive leaders? And in that collaborative model that I talked about, which is so crucial, one piece of that collaborative model is how do we determine what comes to the GCC and what goes to an outsourcing company? And you, as the head of the GCC, need to have the seniority and a voice and a seat at the table and be a part of that committee that determines what goes there and what comes in here. It should never be a bid between you as the global capability center and another vendor. Because if you are now bidding, then you have become another vendor. That was not the objective in the first place, and therefore I question the whole design of this. And the other thing that happens is when you question the design of it in such a situation, what you also realize is that you may not be having the right sponsorship in the parent organization. And as a GCC leader, it's very difficult for you to change all those things. You've got a reporting structure to somebody who may not be the right person. How do you go about changing it? Well, every company is different. I don't think there's a generic answer to really answer that. But I would really go back and question the basic design of this entire thing and find a way to start working around trying to change that. To your second part of your question, the GCCs themselves are outsourcing to other companies. If the GCC is at the heart of your offshoring strategy, including taking decisions about what goes to the vendor and what stays with you, even managing a lot of the vendor relationships in India should be through the GCC. Right? Which means that when you're deciding what goes out and what stays in, you are here on the spot. Your ability to really manage that more effectively is much higher. Your ability to add value to the overall relationship is also much higher. There's no two thoughts about that. Right? So as far as the GCC outsourcing work is concerned, sometimes they do that because they want to have some flex in terms of hiring people. When you hire your own team and suddenly you have to reduce your team headcount, you don't want to fire your own employees. That's when you use staffing contractors. That is when the GCC goes and contracts separately with the outsourcing company. That's an established strategy. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
So my question is, in one of your slides, I saw that even MasterCard, Microsoft, and one more company was there, Adobe. They are also mentioned as GCC. But to me, I always saw these companies that they have opened their India Development Center. They are doing very high quality work here. A lot of people aspire to join these companies and work. And some of the products they are rolling out are born in India and going global. So at what point do you see that these companies are not the global expansion of these companies, but a GCC? I mean, I'm not able to understand why this is not a global expansion, why this is a GCC.
Definitions, right? First of all, intent is not to get bogged down by definitions, right? But that being said, usually when you use the word global expansion, you're talking about setting up a sales office where you're selling something in the local market. Now, does Microsoft sell in India? Yes, it does. But does Microsoft also develop products for the international global market? Yes, it does. So in the case of something like a Microsoft, where you're having sales happening in India and you're also having the other operation taking place, this is one example of where both those functions are taking place in India. So I wouldn't get bogged down by definitions. But the point is, they do have a piece that you can call the Global Capability Center, because it's developing products, it's developing technologies, doing R&D for the parent organization. It might even be modifying products for use in India. Right? But keep in mind that all this work is being done for the parent company, and hence it's a GCC.
Maintain a synergies between the company and
they are in a different also they are just supporting the work. They have their own capability, so how difficult it is to maintain synergies?
Very difficult. That's the reason why we spoke about the leadership traits that are required. You have to have a well-defined collaborative model, which will help you determine what is the type of work coming, who is accountable for what piece, how the budgets flow, who reports into what is the organization structure, what are the RACI charts. We are all management students, so we understand what a RACI charts, for each function, and so on and so forth. So all of these things have to get defined by the collaborative operating model. It's not easy to do. On top of this, now let's layer the other challenges. People, there might be resistance to change. You have different things happening. You'll have the vendors knocking on the doors of the parent company, and then the parent company will start asking you questions, and they'll start making you accountable for things that you may think you're not accountable for. So there's always this ongoing tension that remains. But therefore, one of the critical success factors of this is hiring the right GCC leader. It is a very, very interesting responsibility, actually. And I've done this 4 times. I've headed 4 GCCs. LG, SuperValue, JCPenney, and Anthem subsidiaries, Legato, which, by the way, I set up in India. So each one is a different flavor, but trust you me, amidst all this tension, it's also a lot of fun.
So, yeah, hi.
Yeah, please.
Looking at the expectation of patterns in terms of global demand, from which side of the world do you see there is more demand or possibility of having GCCs to be set up in India? Who would prefer it more? Would it be US, Europe? And the second question is, can this be a business model for a company to exist, to build GCC and that's their main business? To help companies to build GCC.
So to answer your first question, the largest traction that we've got historically so far has been the United States. This applies to outsourcing as well. United States has been the largest, where the largest number of companies are. I think there are opportunities in Europe, and that's increasingly coming, as we're saying. Many more of the companies are coming. And there are loads of opportunities even in Asia Pacific. The problem with Asia Pacific is the language. Otherwise, you would have seen a much faster adoption. We still have companies. The first GCC I did was LG. That's Korea. Right? So you've got Sony here. That's Japan. So you've got different GCCs from the Asia Pac region as well here. And that's going to happen. But I think the largest share is clearly the United States. What was your second question? And what about it? Oh, there are companies already doing it. I do it as an independent consultant. I do it for a living. But there are people who have set up companies, and that exists. So it is absolutely a viable business. And some have been extremely innovative. Of course, you have Bain Consulting, McKinsey, and all of these people who help from a strategy perspective. Then you have the Deloittes and the PwC and the KPMG who help from a legal, taxation, finance, accounting, etc. perspective. Then you have other companies that come in as GCC consultants and strategists saying, I'll help you execute, starting from hiring the leadership on the ground, identifying the real estate, and so on and so forth. And then, of course, you have a few people like me who work as an independent consultant. It's a viable business model, very attractive.
And I've also talked to pretty much some of my friends as well. So initially when you start, it's a small org. So most of your team members are basically an extended team of the US. I mean, whatever engineering function, customer support function. What is the inflection point at which we have to have a org structure where this matrix organization that you put in, right? Or because I think I'm facing difficulties where the people management part is also being done at the US. And it's not done properly because the guy in Houston really cannot understand what is the aspirations of the person sitting here. He doesn't know what are the challenges he is going through, right? At what is the inflection point where we have to have a matrix organization where the work happens there? I mean, I've done matrix in my previous organization. There's no matrix here as such.
Right.
But I see like a lot of OneEdge, a lot of other GCCs that I've seen here set up also. Right? At what stage that it come? Because there's a lot of problems that I'm hearing from employees in terms of the career path clarity, which is not really happening. Because you work in an IT service company, because it's like some company X, they're giving work to IT service company, info something, developer, senior developer, project lead, account manager, he just goes, right? But here from there, from a GCC point of view, he's an external team of an R&D team. Where does he go? There are some very individual driven people where I've seen in my own organization, but they're very less. Where he was heading here, PhDs from there report to him here. But it doesn't happen always. Like, how do I do? What is the inflection point of the org structure? The other question is clarity in the career path.
Fair. Again, fantastic questions. These are right at the heart of operating a GCC. I'll give you the example of Anthem subsidiary Legato, which is now called Carelon, which I set up. When I set it up, I had every single function reporting into me, the business units, I had real estate, talent acquisition, everybody reporting into me, right? Except for global security and governance, right? Because it's a new subsidiary being set up in India, these two positions reported directly into the US. As far as the others were concerned, and by the way, I've written a case study on this, it's available. As far as the others are concerned, although they were reporting directly into me, I made sure that there was a tight connection between them and whoever is the leader in the US. Because eventually I knew that this reporting structure has to shift. As the numbers grew, and we went up to 7,000 in 2 years, today it's 18,000. As the numbers grew, finance was moved away from me, moved into somebody into the US. Procurement was moved away from me, moved into somebody into the US. The business units were moved away from me, moved into somebody in the US. That doesn't mean I had nothing to do, right? It simply meant that I succeeded in creating a place where over a period of time, those relationships became very tighter and the accountability became very, very direct. So I became a facilitator there. So that's how my role kind of underwent a change, right? Now, when it comes to managing the people and the teams on the ground in India, you're saying the person in the US really doesn't know what to do as far as the India is concerned. You're right. That's why you have a local India HR organization. That's why you have local managers in India. It depends on how you've defined your collaborative model. If that hasn't been defined well and the person in the US wants to dictate how the things happen in India, that's going to turn into a real nightmare. So that's an evolutionary process. But coming back, and I can talk to you outside because it's a very detailed conversation. Happy to take it up outside. But coming to the growth prospects, when you look at an IT outsourcing company, you join them as a trainee engineer, then you become an engineer, then you become a senior engineer, you become a senior engineer, senior engineer, you might become a very senior engineer, then you might become a junior manager, then you'll become a junior senior manager, you become a deputy manager, some manager, senior manager, blah, 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 vice president, very, very senior vice president. All those titles mean nothing because your role is still the same. And this is artificially created within the, just to make people feel happy that they're progressing. You know this as much as I do. But in a GCC, what do? We don't do all this. Sometimes we are forced to do that also because there's competition, right? But we don't do it to the extent the IT outsourcing companies do. What we do is we pursue two things. First, we try to give great domain training so that they understand the business of the parent organization and can contribute in more and more ways, innovation and other things. That's one. Second is we try to start tagging on global roles onto them. Can they lead teams in the United States? That's where the growth takes place. And it turns out to be much better, in my experience, as compared to a third-party global outsourcing company. I'm happy to take this outside with you.
Thank you, sir. We'll have to stop because of lack of time. But it was a really enlightening session. A lot of people are coming from GCCs and a lot of people would want to also go there. And all the information that you shared has really enlightened a lot of them and has sparked curious minds. And a lot of you have questions, can please take them offline. We would now like to felicitate you with a small token of appreciation from our side.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful session.
Sure. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this incredible day, I want to take a moment to reflect on the wealth of knowledge and insights shared here today. From shaping the future of commerce with open networks to navigating leadership in the age of disruption and understanding the GCC juggernaut, we have gained invaluable perspectives on how to lead and innovate in a rapidly evolving business landscape. Each speaker has left us with practical tools, fresh ideas, and a renewed sense of purpose.
A big thank you to our distinguished speakers, panelists, moderators, and people who have been working tirelessly behind the scene. The EPGP office, Manita ma'am, Shantala ma'am, Manjula ma'am, and Shankarappa. Our director, Professor Amar Sapra, our EPGP chairperson, Professor Amar Sapra, for organizing this, and our IMB director, Professor Rishikesh T. Krishnan. And lastly, give yourselves a big round of applause for being the spontaneous audience you've been, for your active participation. I know it has been a long day, but we hope we have left you today with not just insights, but also inspiration to apply these learnings for your own journey forward as future leaders. Let's continue to connect, collaborate, and push boundaries beyond technology. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you at all future events. Have a great evening and hope to see you at Business Conclave 2025. We can all now come for a group photo over here. We won't meet people. There'll be one photo. अरे कुछ नहीं लास्ट ईयर बैच में सब यहाँ पे खड़े हो गए हो जाएगा इस साइड लेंगे हाँ इस साइड लेंगे